Who's this guy? Apothecary Saburo. Ex-slave. Hungry. Stilts. Let's go practice our takeout, our assassination abilities. 78%, that's pretty good. Ah, failed. Run away. We hide again. Invisible. He can't see us. He can still see us. Okay, we'll practice our martial arts on him. No ranged. Be your sparring partner. Let's heal him back. I think if we pick him up and then put him back down, he should wake up. Yeah, there he is. Nope. Unconscious. Try and knock him out again. Oh, my stealth is going up. Barely. Very slowly. Loot the skimmer. Oh shit, what's going on over here? Bone dog versus skimmer. Let's not bother them. Another ex-slave. Can we knock him out? Got him. Oh, that's not good for stilts. Got a hungry skimmer coming along. Manhunters. I wonder if I can knock these guys out. At least try. Minus 33 to stealth though, these legs. That's not really good chance. 53. Oh, alarm raised. Run away! Been caught committing assault. Okay, I'm gone. We'll practice more on the ex-slave here. This isn't training stealth. That did. Should raise it up to 29 or something. Yeah. Who's this? Soldier drone. Whoa. Is this free loot for me? I think it is. I think it has a good crossbow. What kind of crossbow is that? It's a ranger. Prototype. Garbage. training medical. We'll need it sometime, I think. Ronin Talons. Huh. Playing dead, huh? We'll pick up. Now we can loot him. Take that. Take that. We'll put back down. Okay. There's outlaw farmers. Oh, that guy's a bounty. Oh, he wants to fight me now. Let's go train stealth KO. Even though I have 0% chance, it'll still level something up. 12%. Wow. Went from 29 to, oh my god. This is a lot of damage. Yeah, now it's 9%, up from 0. Wow, that just gave me 3 points. That just trained me 3 points in assassination. How does he still see me? Got him. 35 is my highest skill now. Give me a training dummy. Stealth 8. My 1%. Got him again. Who's that? Another soldier roamer. He's running. He's booking it. Where is he going? Should we follow him? Do these guys have any limbs I can take? No. That guy has a 3,000 bounty though. I should probably, yeah, let's go grab him. It'll be worth it. How much time does he have? He's dying. Stomach minus 46. Let's see if he has a med pack on him. If he doesn't, well, okay. Okay, that's good enough. Pick him up. Let's go transfer stuff to him so we can move a little bit faster. Oh, whatever. Let's go do a stealth KO first. Train some more assassination. Oh, yeah. Where is... Whoa. Where's the dude? Oh, he's sleeping. Okay. Nothing worth selling. Desert Saber, I guess. 150 gold. Can I still turn this guy in? I think I turned this guy in before. I don't know why his dead body's here. Let's see if we can turn him in for another 500. Wait, this is 9,630. That's how much I have. No, I don't get extra money for bringing back the dead corpse that I've already given him. Don't know why it was disposed out there. We could go buy this house. How much is it for this house over here? We just need another 8,000. Outlaw swordsmen. Be kind of tough to take those guys on. Maybe we can like let's get back over here, see if there's any bounties that we missed. this guy out again. Okay, that's good enough. Ooh, someone's getting eaten. Dead dune dogs. Is this guy awake? He is. Knock him out. Who's that? Tech Hunter. Oh, he has a bounty. Let's go knock him out. We should have a high enough skill. Oh, 0% chance. We can try. I'll level up our assassination by a lot. 38, 82%, 40%. Run away! What in bleeding hell is wrong with you people? How far will he follow me, I wonder? Oh, he's loading up his crossbow. Is he? Can't tell. Can I knock these guys out? Oh shit, they aggroed. Oh nice, fighting the outlaw armors. 0% chance. Well, let's see who gets knocked out. I'm pretty sure the tech hunter is gonna get knocked out here. There's just too many of them. Oh, they saw me. I think the tech hunter is after me. I think he's running faster than I am. Okay, he's given up. Try to stealth KO him again for more XP. Oh. Maybe we don't need to stealth KO him. Oh, he's knocked out. They got him. Oh, they saw me. Alright, get rid of their aggro. Okay. Try to stealth KO these guys. 53% chance, not bad. That guy has 100%. So we knock that guy out, take his weapon, and then like the other dude, I guess. Oh shit, they saw me. Let's go here, see what the tech hunter has first. We'll pick him up. Okay, he has a skeleton repair kit, which is amazing. Katana Mark II, damn. Old world bow. Nothing in his bag though. Sleeveless long coat. I like the ninja rags better though. Leather vest. That could be good. Yeah, swap that out. We'll leave this in here. Turn in the bounty, I guess. I should be running. Oh, no, I'm not running fast enough. How fast am I? Move speed 11. Okay. I can kite them, I guess. Uh oh, the rest are joining in. It's fine. I'll kite them all the way to civilization, I guess. I kind of want to grab this guy's sleeve this long card. I'll sell for a lot. 500, yeah. Okay. Get the bolts too. Iron hat, high grade, nice. Whoa, what the heck? What was that? We ran into some bug. That's a hiver with like robotic limbs, I think. We'll see what he has. Oh shit, that guy has a bow too. That's not good. There we go. Oh, no, maybe he's just a cyborg. Yeah. Just a cyborg. Oh, this guy has a bounty as well. Dang. Okay. I kind of want this guy's bolts. This guy's gonna be rebooting in 200. Yeah, we can take this guy's bolts. Maybe kind of rough. Oh, headshot. Junk bow standard. Okay, grab his bolts. Might as well pick this up too. Take this and drop it just so he can't attack me. Okay, first let's go turn this guy in. Let's go put heavy shit in here. So I can run a little bit faster. Hopefully come back here and grab another bounty. Ooh, high graded boots. I didn't notice that. Whoa, what the fuck? Well, free money, I guess. Sell all of our stuff over here. Oh, I can't sell this. Okay. That's a lot of money. I have enough to buy the house now. Imagine that. Having enough money to buy a house. I actually did buy my house, actually, in real life. But yeah, I know a lot of people don't have that ability. Where did those... I think it's over here, right? I don't know if they despawned yet. I think that might be him or... Iron Club. Maybe that's them there. Yeah, that's them. Swordsman Captain Edgeside. He's critical. Let's go grab his bounty. I have enough bolts to take care of all of them if I have to. But I'll try to like sneak up and get a few knockouts. Whoa, what? Where's he going? Suddenly change direction. Oh, they're picking up one of their fallen. Try to knock them out one by one, I guess. Oh, they're going back to their camp. Shoot. I don't know if I can... I might have to attack their camp at night or something. Who are these guys? Oh, that guy has a 200... 2,000 bounty. They both have 2,000 bounties. That's not bad. We can knock one of them out, come back for the other one. Where's that one leader dude? I think he's in here somewhere, right? Oh, he's getting carried. He's dying. Let's see if we can like go in there well, if I'm carrying him, I don't know if I'm fast enough to run away while carrying someone. They're gonna drop him on a placemat over here. Let's 3,000 and something is definitely way better than 2,000. But these guys are easier to get. What weapons are they? They have like no weapons. They have wooden clubs. Man, why do they have to walk in such an awkward area? They don't have any repair kits, I don't think, so I'm doing them a favor by taking care of their leader. By kidnapping him and turning him into the authorities, he'll get the help he needs. Not sure this is actually possible. Oh, that guy has a bounty as well. Lots of these guys have bounties. Well, some of them. Just one of them. Maybe not lots. Oh, they saw me. Who saw me, though? Camp did. Uh-oh. The bone dog did. That's not good. We gotta get out of there. Bone dogs are bad. We'll just get the easier, the peasants. Maybe we can lure the skimmer over. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll lure the skimmer. Oh, no. Skimmer doesn't want robotic butt. Well, let's go get these guys. They both have 2k. Not a lot, but level up athletics by carrying them around. What is this? There's a group here. Rebel farmers. Try to knock out this guy. He's easier to knock out. Oh. And knock out this guy too. He's like, no, buddy. You're not gonna kidnap him. He's running faster than me. While crouched. Let's have to do this. There we go. Do they even have anything good? I don't think they have anything on them. Do these guys have bounties? Oh, they have bone dogs. I gotta watch out for that. Let's just get out of here. Got an easy 2k. Imagine they're just like two buddies, like they've just escaped prison or something, escaped enslavement, and they're like, yeah, let's wander the wastelands together. I just kidnap one of them. Who's that? Starving vagrant. Following leader. Yeah, you better follow your leader. Oh, he wants to fight? Okay. Does he have anything on him? Nope. Wow, what happened here? What was this? What is that? Anyone here have bounties? Outlaw. They're like all former slaves. Well, this guy has a fake arm. We're gonna knock him out and grab his arm. We'll go do that after we turn this guy in. Oh, that guy has a bounty. He's unconscious. Samurai conscript of the United Cities. He's wanted by the Hook Raiders and Dune Renegades. Okay, never mind. It's not wanted by the United Cities because he is United Cities. I bet he has some loot on him though. Just go check it out. Go and knock this guy out. This guy here. Economy arm, but still worth like 200 gold. Let's go steal his arm. United Cities guy. He's gonna be unconscious for a while. Let's go see what he has. Nothing much. If I take anything, I can't sell it here. It's just junk. I guess I can stealth KO all of these guys here, except for that guard there. Yeah. It is basically free XP. I think these guys are factionless. Why is that a 0? Who is that guy? Jarak? Okay. Like, maybe his stats are, like, insane for some reason. Hey Ryan, how's it going? You did the Freedom Seeker start. Gives you 5 characters with no stats. And a 6 with 25 on the base stats. Oh, that's cool. I did the torso. I did the torso start. It's where you start off as just like a dude with no limbs out in the desert. It's a little bit OP actually, because like the hardest part of like upgrading your character is getting like a peeler to get rid of your limbs so you can upgrade them with uh, prosthetics. But like that part's already taken care of. So if you can get to a town where you can get prosthetics, like scrounge enough money just by like crawling around, you have a really solid character. Let's go buy the house. I need to research how to like make a robotic make a repair a skeleton repair bed. I need one of those. So I don't have to I don't have to keep paying to repair myself. I usually get this house here. This is a nice house. Like it's relatively flat. It's in a good place. Decent size. We'll buy it. Yeah, get out of here. Open to public. No. Oh wait. Close the door. How do I build stuff again? Ah, here we go. Check. Research box. Requires building material 1. We should really make a small research bench so we can upgrade it. 3 building material. Alright. I wonder if I can go and steal them. My sneak isn't very good though. Where did I go? Can't find myself. There you go. Oh yeah, that's an option. Domesticated skimmer. Yeah, I don't think I have good enough sneak to steal anything. We'll check the Shinobu hideout sometimes has building materials just like laying around on the shelves. And if there's no one on a particular floor, sometimes I just go in there and take it. Huh, maybe not this one. I could just like train and then buy the building materials. We do have money to buy them. Mm. Okay, well, what's this? Farm shop. Not what I need. I need like the construction shop. Here it is. But there's guards outside. Yeah, they made I have a mod that makes stealing a lot harder. What is this? It's a bakery. It's still open too. Is the bakery open 24/7 or I guess it kind of is. A skeleton walks into a bakery. It's very sus. Um, Power station? Maybe a power station has something. Noble's house. Get arrested if you go in there. The bar might have some building supplies just like hanging out. Oh, what's that? Splint kit. I can just pick that up. That's like nobody's. Cool. Give me a sec. Okay, never mind. Notifications. I need better arms. I need to save up for some better arms. Let's go see like how much arms costs here. Like it would be nice to have something other than economy arms. Will improve my character a lot. We have good legs, which matter, but now we need arms. Oh, that's a fender. Alright, well, they cost an arm and a leg to buy an arm. Steady arms are nice. Negative swimming, and no one swims in this game. Guess we still have to do some bounty hunting. We can go do that since all the shops are closed and I can't really. Oh, I should sell. Oh, okay. I already sold everything. Let's go do some bounty hunting until day, and then we can go buy some supplies to build a research bench. What's this? Starving vagrants. We could like level up stealth and assassination here. Does anyone have? Oh, that guy has prosthetics. Prosthetic leg. Any bounties? None. Okay, well, we'll just like level up. Would be nice to find some more bolts for our needle gun, toothpick. I'll just like, oh wait, this is the guy with the arm. Where did his weapon go though? Does he not have a weapon? Guess he doesn't. This guy has a prosthetic leg. We can take his prosthetic leg and sell it. Oh shit, they saw me. How did they see me? Okay. I'll go disarm this guy. Shoddy grade, nothing of use. Basically, I don't think I've ever seen a starving vagrant with like like high level armor. Like not even like one. This guy has the leg. We're gonna steal his leg. He's disarmed and also delegged. I think they're running for it now. Uh-oh. Oh, they're gonna protect their buddy. Got flattened. I don't think this guy even has a weapon. Yeah, he's like doesn't have any weapons. These guys are not gonna survive long out here. Alright. Assassination 49. Up from like 30 something, I think. Isn't there like an outlaw camp out here somewhere? Oh, there it is. I wonder if that dude's still alive. The robot leader. If he is, we can kidnap him. That was like 3,800 or something. 3,800 bounty. There, he's dead. I don't see him. Let's see if we can spot him. If he's around, he should still be knocked out because I don't think anyone here has robotics. This might even be a new camp. I don't know. Might have despawned by now. See if any of these guys have bounties. Only 800. Well, that guy's a toothpick though. We'll leave him alone for now. They have bone dogs. What's over here? What is that? It's like a small town. What? Brown Veggie Farm. What the heck is this? Old village? There's a village here? Never seen this village before. Where are these guys? Samurai conscript. Empire peasants. Oh shit, is that wait. That's a noble, isn't it? Yeah, that's oh my god. He's wanted by the United Cities. 20,000. Oh my god. Lenio the Revolutionary. We have to take care of this. We'll save it. This is gonna require a bit of save skimming, I think. But we gotta take out his guards, disarm them, and hopefully level up assassination high enough to where we can knock them out. And it's a good thing that it's still night, but it is gonna be daybreak soon. We'll get behind them, quick save, and then see if we can level up assassination enough to get a chance at knocking him out. But this guy probably has a Eagle's Cross to one shot. Okay, I guess he doesn't. But a lot of these nobles do have Eagle Crosses. Knock this guy out, hopefully. Nope. Okay, we'll run. Ow, shit. Load it. Why are they heading in my direction? 30% chance. That's so bad. Ah! They probably leveled up assassination. Yeah, they gave me one whole point of assassination. What's going on over here? Samurai conscripts. Sand ninjas. Okay, there might be some bounties here. We can take a look at. Sand ninjas usually have bounties. Wow, there's a lot of sand ninjas here. And they have like toothpicks too. At least that one guy does. Uh-oh. They found me. Run away. Are my arms, are they reducing my stealth ability? No. Scout legs do though. Hmm. Oh, time to run. Man, it's too bad we had to let that 20,000 bounty go away. There's just like no chance of getting him without save scumming. It's already 6 a.m. Who are these guys, outlaws? Starving vagrants. Okay. Could get some knockout levels. Some assassination levels if I weren't being chased. Okay, well let's go. It's day. Let's go get the building materials. Do some research. Who's that? Is that a tech hunter? You can talk to him. Tech hunter, yeah. Okay. I wonder if we can knock him out and then grab his repair kit. It's always a good source of repair kits. Take care of this guy first. Wow, both of them are still following me. Will this tech hunter attack them? Nope. Oh, yeah, he will. Okay. Sweet. He took care of the archer. Grab his bolts. He has a standard toothpick, just like mine. No bounty, though. His arm's gonna pop off. 2% chance to knock him out. Let's not. Ooh, what's this? Combat. Oh my god, he's got one shot by the... Oh, he has prosthetics. Let's go check it out. Yeah, he got one shot by the turrets. Oh, what's going on over here? What the heck? Gets committing crime? Who's this guy? Oh, he has a bounty. Erty. 2k bounty. Oh, he's gonna get knocked out by the... Hopefully. Oh my god. Okay, knock him out. 44% chance. Ah, shit. Well, let's go grab this guy's prosthetic. Whatever it is. Economy leg. Disarm him. Okay. What is this? Dune Renegades. Rebooting. Desert Saber. Ooh, that's worth selling. Still want the toothpicks though. You stop running for a sec. Knock him out. Of course, it's always the skeleton that's a thief. Bonk. Yes, bonk. Uh oh. Quickly grab his shit. We're stealing everything. Grab this. Disarm him as well. Come over here and then I guess shoot this guy. We'll have a shoot off. I have a feeling I might win here, but we'll see. Uh-oh. My arm's not doing so well. Hmm. Can I run behind something and heal? I think I might be losing this fight. Let's go run behind this cliff and then heal. We can lure him towards the harpoons. Try the smarter move. Harpoons will take care of him. I'll heal up here. Oh yeah, one of these guys had a bounty, right? Pretty sure one of them had like a 2k bounty. Which one was it? Was it the guy you just knocked out? Who is that? Yeah, that's not the guy. I think this guy had the 2k bounty. He did, yeah. 2k bounty. Oh my god, there's like a war in here. Someone's foot. Well, let's go head back and then go get... Yeah, let's grab this guy's bolts and then we'll go get the 2k bounty. Where's his crossbow? Did I not pick it up? Okay. Maybe that guy took his crossbow. Go kidnap this guy. Pick up. Nice. What the fuck? There's the Garu horde. Anything new? I might as well just like strip and sell this stuff. Where is the white hair dude? There he is. Talk to this guy. Oh, they've captured a lot of these guys, huh? I bet they have loot. We'll go take a look, see what they have. Hmm. Nothing much. I think I looted a lot of these guys already as well. Yeah, that guy has like a ton of bolts sticking out of him. It's definitely my work. Oh, he has limbs. Is he missing one or is he? Yeah, he's missing one. I looted this guy too, I think. Wow, that is just straight up naked. Loot. Nothing. I don't think these guys have anything. Let's go sell the stuff that we have. Build the research bench. Should get some art done. Favorite customer, indeed. Desert Saber. Hmm. I wonder if we have enough to buy a decent arm. One that doesn't have any negative bonuses. Not really. There's no steady arms. Oh my god, look at this. Gamers are attacking a trade caravan. Wait, this could be really lucrative for me. We just loot the trade caravan once it's down. They might take care of the skimmers though. Oh, there's one here. Let's go kidnap. Oh shit. Alarm raised. Oh no! Kidnapping the Garu. Just gotta hide. Gotta get out of here. But this thing has like a lot of loot in it, I think. It should at least. Run away! Okay, I think I'm hiding. That guy's still following me. Okay, I gotta keep going. Gotta keep going. Who's that? Caravan guard meathead. Okay, there's a meathead following me. So get over this hill. I think we'll be okay. Yeah. Oh, shit, I have a bounty now. That's not good. Okay, this is definitely worth picking up. We'll kill the Garu by taking its skin off. Uh, and then we'll just like run away and hide out in the desert somewhere for a while. 5,000 might take a little while to expire though. 199 hours. Damn. Okay, well, we can't come back here for a while then. We'll just have to make do in the desert until we can go back and sell our stuff once the bounty wears off. It's worth it though. It is worth. We have to find a place that doesn't have a whole lot of skimmers, ideally. You know what we can do? We could just like sneak into the city at night and then just like AFK in my house. Probably the best option. Hmm. Yeah, where would be a place with like no... We'll head to the coast. I think the coast might be relatively safe. In the meantime, this is basically an infinite backpack. It also trains up um, athletics. Maybe I'll hang out in this shack here. Okay, well, I'm gonna do some art. Hopefully, I'm thinking there's gonna be skimmers that come across eventually, but hopefully that won't be for a while. Yeah, like over there's a bunch of false scorpions. You know what? I might actually just like take all the loot here. It might be faster to just carry this stuff. Um, like yeah, this is worth a lot. Each one of these is 500. Like food is worth a lot in this game. That's why it's like, ooh, look at that. And also like a bunch of repair kits too. This isn't really worth picking up, but um yeah. Man, the bag is worth a lot too. Maybe I can put like everything back into the bag and then pick up the bag instead. That'd probably be the smarter choice. We'll take the meat off the Garo too. Right. It's only 6 kg. Wait, 6 kg. Wow, really? It should be like plus everything else inside too, right? But I should be running faster than actually carrying the beast itself. Kind of. Not really. It's about the same speed. Hmm. Would be nice to go back and see if we can get another Garu loot. Just because I already have 5,000 bounty. Hopefully they left a few dead Garu or knocked out ones on the ground. Nope, looks pretty clean. Where'd they go? Hopefully they didn't just despawn. That'd be kind of lame. Well, we should probably just like hang out somewhere then. Whoa. False scorpion. What's my move speed? 10. We can't outrun skimmers yet. That's not good. Mm. It doesn't say how long now. Oh, am I not far enough away from the city? I to be farther away for it to start disappearing. Mine has like 266 hours or something, in-game hours. Well, let's go ahead of the coast. That was the idea. Might find something interesting there. Would be nice if I can run faster, though. Hmm. What is this over here? Like a hole in the ground. Manhunters. I bet nothing patrols through there, though. There's like nothing around. This might just be like a pretty safe spot just to AFK. We'll just save it and just like AFK here. Maybe we'll go down here. I feel like nothing will patrol into here. There's only like one way in and out. This is like a place for players to build their base. Okay, I'm just gonna stealth here. Quick save it. Gotta get some work done. It's already been like an hour and 30. Just like playing games and not working.
Alright, for this video we have one goal and one goal only. Figure out why Dragon's Dogma 2 is good. Because it's a genuine mystery how this game manages to be good despite itself. I'm not being facetious, by the way. This game has so many problems, so much broken shit, so many half-baked systems, and so much unrealized potential that if you put all this stuff on a list and you presented it to someone who hasn't played this, they'd be like, well, clearly that video game sucks. And they'd be 100% right, but also 100% wrong. Dragon's Dogma 2 is basically Schrodinger's video game, both terrible and incredible at the same time.
It's basically
So while I think
Kenshi.
both perspectives are true and accurate, I really firmly believe in my bones that this is a good video game, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that my entire playthrough was trying to figure out why this was good, when so much of what I was experiencing was threadbare or barely functioning or reaching for something greater while fumbling it every single
Alright,
time.
let's
Honestly,
go do the
Dragon's
skills.
Dogma 2 is one of the most fascinating games I've played in a long time, because as fun as it is to play this game, it's almost more fun to think and talk about this game, because you can't experience this game and have lukewarm opinions about it. It's going to elicit something very strong in you, either an irrational, inexplicable love or a very rational and explicable dislike. And what makes all of this even more fascinating is something that I personally can't connect with, at least not directly. See, the general consensus from people who played Dragon's Dogma 1 is that Dragon's Dogma 2 is basically a remake of Dragon's Dogma 1, something tacitly acknowledged by the developers because the game doesn't show the 2 in the title card unless you reach the end game. For many Dragon's Dogma fans, a remake like this is fine because it's a chance to experience this game again with nicer visuals, with some subtle improvements, etc. For many more though, Dragon's Dogma 2 is a disappointment because they feel like it didn't fix any of the problems that the first game had. Now, I did not play Dragon's Dogma 1, so I can't sympathize with anyone who feels let down by the failures of Dragon's Dogma 2 to evolve the formula. But I sort of can, because as I played Dragon's Dogma 2, I was like, damn, this system is so cool. If they just added this to it or fixed this thing, this would be the greatest video game ever made. I thought that over and over again about so many things, and that is kind of my biggest takeaway after playing this video game. The fact that it could have been so much more. And apparently, that is exactly what everyone who played Dragon's Dogma 1 felt. So I can only imagine how pissed off I would be if I had played the first game and thought all of those things, only for the second game to come along and make the same mistakes, making me think all those same things and leaving me feeling like I'm still waiting for Dragon Dogma 2's final form. That would be super frustrating. It's really hard to pull your thoughts away from what Dragon's Dogma could be because it is electrified by the threat of its own potential. Every new major milestone in your journey, every new game system that comes online, every new quest chain unlocked, every new region visited creates this sizzling sensation in the back of your mind where you're like, oh shit, this could be super cool, please don't let me down, only to then experience it and you're like, yeah, it was pretty good, I guess. I was just hoping for a little more than that, I guess, maybe a little. Quests, for example, they really aren't much. Same with the narrative, it's pretty shit. Exploration is pretty good so long as you like dark caves. Combat is pretty great so long as you aren't looking for anything remotely challenging. Class design is excellent. I got no shade to throw there. Itemization and consumables though, you can kind of ignore most of that stuff. PC performance is arse. The microtransaction stuff by no means ruins the game, but it is at least a little disappointing. And yeah, the unmoored zone at the end, I think there is no better example of Dragon Dogma 2's latent potential than this. So I come back to what I said at the beginning of this review. If this is how we can talk about Dragon's Dogma 2, why is this game good? And for me, I think it comes down to one thing. In the same way that survival games tap into our caveman brains and give us the evolutionary-based dopamine hit that comes from chopping down trees and using them to build a house, so too does Dragon's Dogma tap into the evolutionary-based need for us to wander around with our homies and see what we find. It is the premise inherent in any open-world video game, but one that has become obscured by all of the things that streamline the process of journeying. Things like map markers and GPS arrows and radio towers and fast travel, etc. I like many of the games that have those things, don't get me wrong, but I greatly prefer experiences like Morrowind and Skyrim and Elden Ring and Dragon's Dogma. Games that understand that the journey is infinitely more important than the destination. I think that phrase is so central when it comes to Dragon's Dogma 2. Often the destinations we arrive at in Dragon's Dogma 2 are very disappointing. That includes physical locations like reaching the end of yet another dark cave to find a chest containing a potato, but it's more than that. I'm also talking about the end of quest chains, or the point at which we fully understand a game system, or the third time we fight a griffin, or when we finally arrive at that unmoored zone. The endpoints are often disappointing, but the journey toward each of them is utterly captivating, energized at all times by a potential unrealized. What a strange and curious accomplishment for a game to engender such awe and affection after letting the player down so many times. I think we should begin by describing what Dragon's Dogma 2 actually is, because truth be told, despite having seen a fair amount of gameplay before playing it, and having seen plenty of discourse about it, I still did not have a clear picture in my head of what this game actually was before I started playing it. So let's paint that picture now. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a sandbox-driven, open-world action RPG. There's a main questline and story, but it's pretty basic, it's poorly paced, it's badly written, and ultimately very unrewarding. There are side quests which you'll discover both in towns and out in the wild, and they're very simple. Usually fetch a thing or kill some stuff or go and find a person style quests. They pepper the adventure and get you going to places you otherwise might have missed. On the whole though, the experience is ultimately defined by your wanderings around a huge map full of around 85,000 goblins, around 50,000 lizards, and a handful of mini-bosses. Fighting them is the other main draw card of Dragon's Dogma 2, as the excellent combat, unique class design, and co-op AI pawn system makes for consistently thrilling engagements, the thrill of which is maintained by the ability to switch between a huge range of distinct classes, each of them with their own fighting styles and itemization. In this way, Dragon's Dogma 2 is actually a fascinating companion piece to a Bethesda-style game like Elder Scrolls, because both games are defined by the player's wanderings. Both games have a main quest that is pretty rubbish, and a number of side quests that are ultimately about sending you to a place to kill or find something. Both games have a range of classes and the options to switch freely between them. The difference is that Bethesda's world systems like stealth, economy, factional forces, and consequence-based decision-making are really good, while the combat is total garbage. On the flip side, anytime Dragon's Dogma tries to stand up any world system like stealth or sequential quest chains or factional forces you might care about or whatever, it falls flat on its ass. But the combat is almost always great and is at times incredible. Someday, someone is going to make a game that combines Bethesda's best parts with Dragon's Dogma's best parts, and that will be the greatest video game ever made. Until then, we have to settle for what we've got and take the good with the bad. Dragon's Dogma 2 begins with an absolutely legendary character creator. I have no imagination or patience, so I just made this creepy looking Gargamel style dude. But there are plenty of people who have lots of time and willingness to go all in on this sort of stuff, creating things that are equal parts chilling and awe-inspiring. Show 'em, Austin. What's particularly interesting about character creation in Dragon's Dogma 2 is how it opens up new headcanon narrative opportunities that manifest so much more meaningfully than they do in other games. So like, I could make a character in Starfield that looks like William Dafoe, and that's cool, but Dragon's Dogma also lets me customize the appearance of my pawn, which is an AI-controlled companion who sticks with me for the whole journey, and I also get to recruit 2 other AI pawns who can be drawn from a pool of pawns created by other players. And other players are generally creating characters from movies and TV shows and games and comics, and the pawns they create can just appear on the road as you're walking around. So out of nowhere, you bump into Kratos, or Daenerys Targaryen, or whoever, and you can recruit them into your party. At that point, you're doing like a Fortnite crossover thing without Capcom having to pay licensing fees. Genius. But also, it does allow you to imagine what it would be like to journey alongside Kratos. Like I said, it's headcanon stuff, but it's definitely a thing. It really does subtly but meaningfully make this whole world that little bit more interesting. Because Lord knows, the main storyline does not. The setup is kind of cool. You're the Arisen, chosen by a felled dragon to serve as a sort of benevolent counterweight to the dragon's destructive power. As the Arisen, you alone can summon and command pawns, and you alone are meant to rule the kingdom as sovereign. But when you arrive at the capital, you learn that a false Arisen has usurped your throne, and you need to find a way to convince people that you are the real chosen one so you can begin your reign. How do you convince people of that though? Well, by doing a bunch of bullshit. The first major arc of the game sees you doing various tasks that are intended to ingratiate you to the public. It's stuff like go deliver a message to a fishing village, or kill some monsters at these 3 very disparate sections of the map. Or worst of all, sneak around town engaging in some confusing palace intrigue stuff that never really comes together, both in terms of gameplay mechanics and narrative payoff. You see, Dragon's Dogma has a real problem with characters, in that there's basically none. I mean, there are, but they're typically just vessels for quest objectives rather than being actual characters with real personalities. And when you do chance to encounter someone who inches close toward that, the game essentially just immediately discards them. There's Madame who oversees a pleasure house in the capital, and you meet her in very notable circumstances, and she pulls you into her boudoir to reveal some critical information to you, and she does it with a fair amount of character and flair, and you're like, okay, cool, a new character has joined the mix, looking forward to hearing more from her throughout the adventure. After this scene, you never see her ever again. There's more story beats that unfold, like you get sent to a new capital to figure out how this fake arisen is able to control pawns, and you have to craft this magic weapon and yada yada. But in the absence of proper fleshed out characters, these story beats are just events that happen. The main character is silent, and your pawns have very few dialogue barks. Like, really crazy shit goes down during this story, and there really ought to be some main characters around the arisen who can be like, damn, that shit was crazy, I'm glad you're okay. The closest we get is this dude, and he has less personality than those self-service checkout machines at the supermarket.
I beg your forgiveness for my insolence, Your Majesty. If the Queen Regent had learned of your existence, I fear your life would have been in peril. I had no choice but to treat you as a pretender, lest my actions draw suspicion from watchful eyes.
And this brings us back to that headcanon thing I spoke about earlier. If you were to look at the people you meet during your journey, or the factional forces you might encounter, or reflect on the specific tasks they're asking you to do, you might come to the conclusion that Dragon's Dogma 2 is quite lifeless and sterile, like devoid of personality. But it's quite the opposite because of how immersive it feels to move through this world, and how you're able to create your own stories within it. Your initial steps into the Highlands, your journey south through the Badlands, and your crossing into the Volcanic Isles are each these Homeric odysseys full of new sights and ambushes and unexpected allies. None of them are scripted in a traditional sense, but all of them are carefully placed to deliver a sense of journeying that very few games can match. When I was a kid, I got sent to this school camp thing, and one thing we had to do was party up in a group of 4, and we got dropped off at one spot in the middle of like a forest or whatever, and we had to hike for 24 hours to get to another spot on the map. We were not accompanied by any adults, we had no walkie-talkies or GPS locators or phones or whatever. We were all alone, and we were 15 years old. It was a test of our ability to survive in the bush and to navigate, only we weren't very good navigators, so we got lost as fuck, and this was in the middle of the Australian summer, and it was hot, and so we went through all of our water during the day, and we reached a point where the sun had set, we were high up on this spur, and we needed to find some water before we made camp for the night. So in the pitch black darkness, we headed downhill, hoping that it would lead to some water, because we knew we were sort of near where a stream ran nearby. And so we made our way down this dry creek bed, couldn't see shit, falling every 2 seconds because torchlight does not help much when you're in that scenario, until eventually, after hours of walking, we heard the very, very distant sound of running water. It took us another hour to reach it, even though it was really close because it's just such slow going in the darkness. And I tell you what, when we got there and filled our canteens, no other water before then had ever tasted as good, and no water since then has tasted as sweet. I reflected on that memory a lot as I played Dragon's Dogma 2. This is a game that, at least in a few ways, is very similar to that lived experience of mine. It's you and 3 homies. It's a destination far away that you're trying to reach. It's the absence of tools that might streamline the journey. It's a setting sun, the pitch black night, your resources low, desperately searching for a campsite because all of your party members are so spent that they must rest. That push toward a destination is the defining element of Dragon's Dogma 2. If you look around at reviews and clips on socials, you're going to see a lot of combat, and rightly so. The combat is good, and it's flashy, and it's definitely a major draw card in this experience. But I'd wager that the best moments you'll have in Dragon's Dogma 2 aren't the boss battles, impressive as they are. It's not the conflict against your foes that's the most memorable. It's the conflict against time and distance and attrition. These are the most memorable battles that Dragon's Dogma 2 delivers. And that reality has become a topic of much consternation in the discourse, with people referring to the term friction a lot. I don't think I've ever seen that term so widely used when talking about video games, but it certainly became the main talking point when discussing Dragon's Dogma 2. There was this prevailing sense that Dragon's Dogma 2 is so arduous, so demanding, like Dragon's Dogma will fuck your shit up and it doesn't care about your feelings and it's gonna make you backtrack 400 times through the same boring bullshit, and the only way to avoid all of it is to whip out your credit card. I'll be real with you, I was really surprised with how off-base a lot of that criticism and commentary was about Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't think this is a game defined by its friction any more than a Bethesda game is defined by its friction. I would even go as far as to say, as I found my playthrough to be rather pleasant, in much the same way that Death Stranding was pleasant. The experience is rather stripped down and bare bones, allowing you to enjoy the simple pleasure of traversing a space, taking in the quiet beauty of the natural landscapes, stopping to survey a horizon when it's presented to you, delighting in the discovery of a camping spot where you can rest and cook some delicious full motion video meat. As I mentioned earlier, the secret to enjoying Dragon's Dogma 2 is choosing to be present for the journey rather than fixating too much on the destination. That willingness to just go with the flow gives you the freedom to explore some corner of the map you might not have otherwise visited, discovering some new mini-boss encounter or some new piece of loot when you do. It's also a necessary mindset, because often you'll find your plans waylaid by various forms of misadventure. I had one instance where I journeyed really far to get to a place, and I was getting close when I noticed that the only way into it was one very rickety wooden bridge, and these things break really easily in combat. As I approached it, instead of harpies swooped down and began attacking, I cast a spell that auto-targeted an enemy who was just a little too close to the bridge supports, and boom, no more bridge and no other way to get across. Suddenly, my plans had to change because I now had to wait a few days for that bridge to be repaired, one of the very few examples of Dragon's Dogma 2 using the passage of time well. We'll talk more about that later. When it comes to moments like this, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm sure some people would just put down their controller in frustration and be like, nope, fuck this. For people like me though, that sort of friction is cool and interesting, as it helps create stories that I never would have had everything gone to plan. Having said that, there were definitely at least a few instances where Dragon's Dogma 2 really pissed me off, because it did feel like it went out of my way to make my life more difficult. One time I journeyed all the way to the volcanic isles in the south, and I'd received an escort mission to go back to the capital, which is in the central biome. And I was like, okay, I'll just fast travel back there using one of my very limited fast travel stones. I was like, they're expensive, but this feels like it's worth it. So I bring up the map, and that's when I realized that there's no fast travel point in that central capital city. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why not? There's one in the other one. Why isn't there one here? But I was like, all right, whatever, that's fine. I noticed that there's a path that leads from the Volcanic Isles direct to that capital city, and it was a massive walk, but it was the fastest way to get there. So I was like, all right, guess I'll just do that then. So I walk for like half an hour with, various detours thrown in. And when I get to the end, I learn that there is this giant gate, and it is locked, and there is no way through. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? So I was like, all right, fine, here's what I'll do next. I'll fast travel to a fishing village up north, because that lets me go through this undersea cavern that opened up at one point during my journey, and it connects me to my destination. Sounds good. So I fast travel, I make my way through this huge cave area, and when I get to the end, I learn that the lift that I took to get out of there the first time I came through was one way, and I couldn't pull the lift back down. So I was stuck. I'd come all that way for nothing. By that point, I'd wasted nearly an hour trying to get to my destination, and I was no closer. And in that exact moment, the escort quest just suddenly failed for no reason. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? I was so mad that I had to put the game down and come back the next day, because I just couldn't handle any more of it in that moment. But I spent about 40 hours with this game, and that was really the only time where I felt like Capcom were truly taking the piss. Outside of that, I really loved the slow, deliberate process of journeying through these lands, even despite how repetitive and unrewarding a lot of that exploration could be. Because make no mistake, there's a lot of real estate to explore, and all it's really hiding is more caves. There's big caves and small caves and seaside caves and bandit caves and ghost caves and caves inside of caves. I wish I could tell you that exploration would yield these incredible, never-before-seen temples or hidden townships, immense underground forests, all the things you regularly stumble upon when journeying through the lands between in Elden Ring. You can't turn a corner in that game without stumbling on something so awe-inspiring that it takes your breath away. Sure, it had a lot of repetitive, dark dungeons, but it also had all of that other stuff, and that other stuff was remarkable. Dragon's Dogma 2 doesn't have that other stuff. It's 3 biomes that are each really beautiful in their own way, and it's a whole lot of caves, most of them full of lizards. That brings me back to that idea about what Dragon's Dogma 2 could have been. You do spend so much time on the road, and around every corner, it feels like there could be something, or should be something incredible waiting for you. But there really isn't. There's just a lot more of what you've already seen. And I guess that brings me back to the original question at the top of this entire video. If exploration is not particularly diverse or surprising, then why is it good? Well, it's good because it really does feel like a tremendous accomplishment to cross distance in this game. Between the enemies in your path, the twisting, turning terrain which often seems to deliberately block your path, the slow attrition of your health and resources, the risk that night brings, and the massive distances between areas of note, it really does feel very rewarding just to arrive where you want to arrive. I can't put it any more plainly than that, and it sounds simple, but it's not. Otherwise, every open world video game would be able to get this right, when in reality, a tiny, tiny percentage of them do. We often move through spaces in open world video games, but rarely do we journey through them. Most games are designed around their destinations, but games like Skyrim and Dragon's Dogma are much more interested in what lies between your destinations. And even though that isn't much here in Dragon's Dogma, it's enough, especially when combined with some great combat that really delivers, but doesn't deliver quite as much as I had hoped. In a rather familiar refrain, I'm going to use this section to say that Dragon's Dogma 2's combat starts off strong and then really falls off a cliff, ending up being one of the game's most disappointing aspects for very specific reasons. But before that though, I definitely want to give combat its due. I really enjoyed it overall, and at times I loved it. There's such distinctiveness that comes through with each class and each combat style. I was particularly bowled over by how good it felt to play as a sorcerer or mage, because I know the melee combat gets a lot of attention, but for me, I don't think any game I've ever played has so perfectly nailed what it would feel like to be an actual wizard who slowly and deliberately conjures spells and commands the elements. The fact that you have these 3 AI companions around you to tank damage and distract the enemy allows you to sit at the back and spell weave, but you also need to be really smart about your positioning and stamina management. It requires a huge amount of situational awareness to play these classes properly, and I think it delivers on the caster fantasy better than any other game I can think of. Combat also makes use of topography in a way that few games can match. In every encounter, if the lay of the land is in my favor, it feels like I have an extra party member, but if I'm fighting somewhere disadvantageous, it feels like difficulty suddenly doubles. You're always searching for the right place to fight your foe, and then the right place to position yourself within that. Combat looks really spectacle driven and flashy, but it's also quite strategic in ways that you might not expect. And yeah, the sheer spectacle of these encounters, man, I watched a whole bunch of Dragon's Dogma 2 gameplay before I started playing, and I just couldn't get over how fucking cool it looked and epic, and the scale of these monsters and the way they thrash about and the way you have to topple them over, and it's just awesome to watch. I do think though that it's not quite as satisfying to play, especially as you get deeper into the game. I'm certainly not the first person to say this, but enemy variety is really, really lacking. There's only a handful of basic enemy types, and you will see them appear everywhere. They are not linked to specific biomes, so you'll find lizard dudes in the highlands, and in the desert-looking place, and in the volcanic isles, and in every single cave you enter. This not only reduces the distinctiveness of each biome, it also just gets kind of boring to keep fighting the same dudes over and over again without ever feeling like you're getting a break from them. The mini-bosses like the Ogre and the Griffin and the Minotaur and the Golem, etc., they all suffer a serious case of diminishing returns. When I began my journey, the first time I encountered each of these fearsome mini-bosses was incredible. They were huge and ferocious, and every encounter with them seemed so epic, but pretty soon you realize that most of these enemies are pretty harmless so long as you're at the right level to fight them. They don't have very interesting or sophisticated move sets that make them lethal. It's generally really basic and repetitive attacks that are easily avoided. Their lethality comes from their raw stats versus your raw stats. And if they're much higher level than you, then they're tough, and if they aren't, then they aren't. This makes the first 10 to 20 hours of Dragon's Dogma the best part of the game, because at that point you are still pretty weak. Everything is new and everything is dangerous, but as you progress, you realize that there aren't many more of these mini-bosses for you to discover, and they don't gain new abilities or movesets later on, and they don't gain more stats either, meaning that the fearsome griffins you remember from the early game are little more than plumb poultry ready to be fried by your flamethrower. There's definitely something to be said for the feeling of power and how that needs to be delivered by an RPG. Diablo 4's campaign, for example, was really unsatisfying because it's world scaled with you. You never felt like you were getting stronger because whenever you did, your foes would also get proportionally stronger. That's not a rewarding feeling in an RPG. But if you're going to give the player power, it can't just be so they can steamroll stuff they've already fought. It has to be so they can face new challenges not yet met. Dragon's Dogma 2 definitely delivers on that promise within the first 20 hours, and then it just plateaus, and then it just falls off a cliff as your power completely outscales anything else in the game, including the hardest endgame bosses. And yeah, part of that flat difficulty curve is to encourage you to try out new classes, which begin dealing less damage at first, but you've sacrificed a very necessary part of your difficulty curve to deliver on that goal, and it really doesn't feel worth it. With all of these thoughts in my mind, I was particularly excited to arrive at the Unmoored Zone at the endgame. This is where you'll arrive after the fake ending, and it's here that Dragon's Dogma 2's title card finally appears, and I was like, oh yeah, training time's over, baby, it's time to get real. I was then stunned to face my first boss mob and just melt them. I realized then that they were the same mobs I was fighting in the Moored Zone with the same attacks and the same health and everything. I was super disappointed by this. In fact, this was the single most disappointing moment of my entire playthrough because I really felt like there was this combat system which was so fun to play, and all of the fun had been sapped out of it because of how easy the game had become. I also think that itemization is rather disappointing. There are some unique weapons that have added effects, like bonus damage if you avoid damage, or bonus elemental damage, or whatever. Weapons do allow for some very limited build craft. Armor, though, is just really nuff. It's just some basic stats, you know, like 2% elemental resistance or 5% sleep duration reduction. Stuff so minor that no one would ever take it into account when making a gearing decision. You look at all these classes and you think to yourself, imagine if you had a gear game that would allow you to customize them by adding interesting bonus effects to your spells or attacks, creating unique combinations that are entirely your own. But that still brings us back to that earlier problem. If the game is too easy with no build craft, imagine how trivial it would be if you could amplify your damage and survivability further. So I come back to what I said at the start of this block. I liked combat in Dragon's Dogma 2. I loved the class design, I loved how distinct they each felt to play, I loved how faithfully it delivered on the spellcaster fantasy, I loved how important positioning was, I loved the first 1 or 2 times I fought each mini-boss, and I loved the first 10 to 20 hours where it felt like the difficulty curve would continue to curve. The excitement of facing new, more deadly challenges in the late game really motivated me, and then it left me utterly crestfallen when I learned that those more challenging experiences just weren't there, as the combat model simply collapsed under the weight of all the raw stats I was now bringing to the table. It's so easy to imagine how all of this stuff could have been or should have been different, but they aren't, and that's kind of Dragon's Dogma 2's whole deal, especially when it comes to most of its non-combat gameplay systems.
We're all of differing vocations, aren't we?
That is most fortuitous.
The development of Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2 were both led by Hideaki Itsuno, the director of the Devil May Cry series from 2 onwards. He delivered Devil May Cry 2, 3, and 4, and Capcom then handed the development of DMC to British-based Ninja Theory, leaving Itsuno to work on the game that he says he wanted to make ever since his school days, Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma was Capcom's very first open-world game, and it released in 2012, which predates the era where open-world games became ubiquitous, no pun intended. I At around this time, the open world template was still being constructed using inputs like Far Cry 2, Grand Theft Auto, and of course, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, the latter of which was one of the primary points of inspiration for Dragon's Dogma. And that's really interesting because you've got a team of people who are extremely experienced in making extraordinary action combat in Devil May Cry, but no experience in open world design, let alone systemic open world design like you see in an Elder Scrolls game. But they're trying to make something like an Elder Scrolls game. It's little surprise then that Dragon's Dogma ends up the way that it does. A game with really sick combat that outpaces pretty much any other open world game, combined with a set of open world design elements and systems that are really thrown together and half-baked or just don't work. I mean, I don't know exactly how they were in Dragon's Dogma 1, but they're pretty busted here in Dragon's Dogma 2, and if they're not busted, then they just feel really poorly thought out or superfluous. Like, take crafting, for example. You can craft all sorts of foods and healing salves and elixirs and yada yada, but do you need to? Nope. If you want heals, just bring a mage with you, and they'll keep you topped up. You can restore full health when you camp.
What? This house. Maybe it's under the bed.
Or sleep at an inn or in your house. Stamina is generally...
Give me a sec, guys. Okay, I'm back. The subscribe button plays a rainbow animation. That's cool.
Not really much of a problem in that the base amount is fairly generous. Elixirs that boost your combat efficiency are pretty pointless even at the early game, but even more so at the late game for reasons I discussed earlier. You can essentially completely ignore all of the gathering and crafting stuff in this game, and you would be no worse for it. It really just is systems bloat. Quests also fall into this category of being very clunkily implemented and sometimes broken. There was one quest chain that involved trying to free this kid from prison, and I got to a point where I'm bribing the jailer, and he's like, okay, man, just come back tomorrow, because I got to file some paperwork first. I'm like, all right. So I run all the way back to my town, and I sleep in my house, because, you know, time is a thing in this game. And so I wake up, and then I run back to the prison, and then the jailer's like, oh, I need some more money. It's complicated. And he's just shaking me down at this point. I'm like, yeah, fine, whatever. Here's your money. And then he's like, okay, come back tomorrow, and I'll definitely let him out then. And I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. So I run back to my house again, sleep again, run back to him again. And when I approach the jailer, he just says he needs more time. So I go back to my house like 3 more times trying to get this to work, but nothing happens each time. And I ended up looking up the quest online, and sure enough, it's bugged. That entire quest chain was no longer available to me. Nothing I could do to fix it. That brings us to Dragon's Dogma 2's time system, which is fine on its own, and in fact it's a huge boon to the game's sandbox because it does result in the day-night cycle, which is very important, because traveling at night is way more dangerous than traveling during the day. Great system, well done Capcom. The problem is when Capcom tried to combine that system with anything else. There are a number of quests where some quest givers are like, come back to me tomorrow. And so all you do is run back to your house or a bench and then sleep and then run back. It's super goofy and unnecessary and a total waste of time, but it's something that the game employs constantly for reasons unknown. The worst example of half-baked gameplay systems, though, is stealth. So there are certain locations in the game where everything is telling you very plainly that you should not be there. There's some, palace grounds, there's a pleasure house, there's a forbidden magic research center, which literally has the word forbidden in it, but that doesn't stop you from just walking around in that place like you own it. Like, there's this one guard who's guarding the entrance to the Forbidden Magic Research Center, and she literally says, "Do not dare think you could slink your way in." And yet I could just walk past her and she does nothing. Nothing at all. No one in this whole complex seems to have any problem with me being there, even though they are clearly up to some very secret, very nefarious shit. It's hard to take Dragon's Dogma 2 seriously in a moment like that. Like, that's ridiculous, right? Is this bugged? Is this the intention of the developers? Did they want to fix this, but they ran out of time? Do they plan to fix it in the future? I don't know. But it speaks to a larger issue about how unresponsive the townships are to the presence of the player. Not only does security not work, but you can walk into anyone's shop or house and rob them blind while they stand right there in front of you. And they won't say shit. You literally just walk around to the back of any shop you find and pilfer their coin sack, and the NPC has no problem with that. That is very, very immersion shattering in a game that is otherwise very immersive. The open roads of Dragon's Dogma 2 feel full and alive, and they're this canvas where you write your own story, but the cities and towns feel like a Chuck E. Cheese full of automatons who say their lines and fulfill their roles, but have no ability to actually see or react to anything. Again, seeing the discourse around Dragon's Dogma 2, I was very surprised to not see this stuff talked about more, because it genuinely feels like big chunks of this game are not finished. There are a number of pretty core systems across combat, itemization, world design, and NPC behavior that feel like they're in alpha state. Like, the assets have been dropped onto the map or the menus, but the stuff that actually makes it all work hasn't been added to the game yet. It's very, very odd, and it's one of the many reasons that I walk away from Dragon's Dogma 2 rather obsessed with the thought of what it could have been, rather than celebrating what it actually is. Separate from that broader disappointment are a number of micro disappointments, as you might call them. Like, there's only one save file, and if you want to delete it, you have to go through all this annoying bullshit. When I finished the game with the true ending, I assumed that I'd be able to load back into my previous save and continue grinding stuff, but nope, the only option available to me was a new game plus or starting a whole new character. The save system also has some really funny quirks that can see you lose hours of progress if you're unlucky. That did not happen to me, thankfully, but I know more than a few people that happened to. Performance is also not great. See, I played it on an RTX 4090, and even then I was getting regular frame dips and crashes. It's meant to be far, far worse on low-end hardware, and it's unclear if and or when performance will be improved. Then there's the paid content stuff, like the ability to buy port stones or certain currencies or whatever. And yeah, you don't need to buy them, and they don't ruin the game, but they shouldn't exist, full stop. They just shouldn't. Just like they shouldn't exist in Resident Evil 4 Remake or Devil May Cry 5. The difference here is that fast travel is so crucial a game system that to then monetize any part of it is to immediately invite all sorts of cynical speculation, and justifiably so. Capcom really got slapped around for the inclusion of these things, and I for one am glad about that, because hopefully it deters them and other publishers from adding paid convenience items to full price single player video games. We really do not need any more of that. So again, with all of that said, all of those complaints, major and minor, why is Dragon's Dogma 2 good? And the honest truth is, I don't quite know for sure, but I am pretty certain it's because Dragon's Dogma 2 is able to capture the essence of the journey in a way that very few video games can. There is an incredible sense of adventure and promise that fills you every time you step foot outside of a city or a town and chart a course for a new destination. You may backtrack hither and thither, But no two journeys you undertake will ever be the same, because even the most minor of changes you make each time, as little as a different tilt of the camera, might reveal aught you had not seen before, and in that moment, a whole new journey begins to unfurl. That is so powerful and so rare in video games that it makes it a little bit easy, for me personally at least, to forgive Dragon Dogma 2's many, many shortcomings and focus instead on the unforgettable moments of discovery and triumph that this game regularly doles out. For that reason, I do recommend Dragon's Dogma 2. Gamers, you guys all enjoying your brand new humane AI pins? I know Marques Brownlee is. He called it the worst product he's ever reviewed, and I saw Tech Bros on Twitter utterly indignant that Marques did his job and did it honestly. This one person was like, quote, "I find it distasteful, almost unethical to say this when you have 18 million subscribers. Hard to explain why, but with great reach comes great responsibility. Potentially killing someone else's nascent project reeks of carelessness. First, do no harm," end quote. And it's like, my dude, the Hippocratic Oath does not apply to tech reviewers, and I'm sorry that Marques called a shitty product shitty, but that's how it goes. The reason I found this all particularly amusing was because of how utterly broken so many of the video games sold to us are at launch, to the point where a launch like this AI pin is just standard for us at this point. Like, this pin is the rough equivalent of the live service looter shooter launch we've endured a dozen times before. Overhyped, overpriced, under-delivering, with only the faint promise of a roadmap to cling to. Hell, there's even one line in Marquez's review where he's like, "Never buy a product based on the future promise of updates." And I'm like, god damn, man, is this a tech product review or a AAA game release review? So to hear the tech world freak out over the release of one dodgy, overhyped product goes to show you that we gamers are like the frog in the water, and sadly, we were all boiled long ago. Anyway, what was the point of the story? I don't know, I just like shouting out MKBHD's content, and I need a little excuse to do so, even in a video about video game news. Speaking of which, alright, let's talk about all that Star Wars Outlaws pre-order backlash. So the trailer for this dropped last week, just as I was finalizing the script for last week's show. I watched the trailer and I was like, okay, cool, looks good. I like the setting and the setup, and I'm down for this, definitely. We've got a great Jedi game from Respawn, so I was excited to explore the scoundrel setting here in Outlaws. After that though, Ubisoft began providing information on how much they plan to charge for this product, and when I say they went full Ubisoft, it's sad that you know what I mean. Yeah, they absolutely went full Ubisoft. So the base game is $70, a full price release in this current generation, which sadly is just the poverty pack, because heaven forbid you get the complete experience after having shelled out $70. Spend another $40 and you can get 4 copies of Balatro, 1 for you and 3 for your friends, delivering you and your mates dozens of hours of unique, addictive roguelike gameplay. Alternatively, you can give that money to Ubisoft. In return, they'll let you play Star Wars Outlaws 3 days early. They give you a season pass with absolutely no information on what that contains, as well as some cosmetics for a single player game. But wait, there's more. If you spend $130 US, you can buy almost 2 copies of Baldur's Gate 3, one of the greatest games ever made, or 9 copies of Outer Wilds, the actual greatest game ever made. Alternatively, if you are foolish enough to give that money to Ubisoft, they will give you the Star Wars game, the aforementioned 3 days early access, season pass, and cosmetics, but also some extra cosmetics, plus a digital art book that you're never going to look at. So all of this sucks, but unfortunately, it's very standard at this point. More and more games are selling early access to them as a pre-order or deluxe edition bonus. Same goes for cosmetics in single-player games. It's a disappointing trend that Ubisoft have helped pioneer, and at this point, they are far from the only ones doing it. Now, when it comes to game design and narratives, Ubisoft has been behind the curve for a decade or so now, but if there's one area where they've remained thoroughly avant-garde, it's their monetization. True to form, Ubisoft has found all new ways to piss us off and burn any goodwill that this impressive trailer might have garnered. The reveal that on day one, there will be exclusive missions paywalled behind the season pass pre-order. This sounds like ridiculous to even say that. So you don't know anything about this season pass at this point, by the way. For real, you don't even know that it exists yet. It could be little more than a twinkle in some Ubisoft executive's eye at this point, and yet you are being asked to pay for this absolute nothingness, handing over your cash sight unseen, and if you don't comply, Ubisoft will punish you by denying you at least one or more story missions with the most important character that you can interact with when you're telling a Star Wars scoundrel story, Jabba the Hutt. Now, Ubisoft did confirm that this paywalled content is not your only interaction with Jabba, but why the fuck is any of this being monetized in the first place? The backlash has been brutal, and it really takes me back to the good old days of 2018, when the great loot box war raged and Star Wars Battlefront 2 struck such a chord that the US Congress itself started to get involved. Just look at the reaction to the sequel trilogy for more on that. After EA taking a very commendable no-bullshit approach to monetization in their recent Jedi games, it's disappointing to see Ubisoft pick up where EA left off. It's like they say, always two there are, a master and an apprentice. I would love to offer some advice to Ubisoft for how to fix this mess, but it won't matter. They won't listen, because they already knew how we'd react to this stuff, and they did it anyway. At this point, it's on us to make informed purchase decisions, and in that context, I would remind you that Ubisoft has one of the most aggressive discounting policies of any publisher, and that within a few weeks or months, this game will be like 50% off, and then cheaper than that later on, so maybe that might be a better time to pick this one up if you're at all interested. Funnily enough, that wasn't the only bullshit that Ubisoft got up to this week, because while they're trying to charge you more for things you don't even own yet, they're also trying to take away from you the things that you do own. I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not.
Be right back. Oh, okay, I'm back.
We discussed months ago that Ubisoft were planning to delist their open world racing game, The Crew, a game with a small but devoted fan base that includes the YouTuber Accursed Farms. He wasn't going to take Ubisoft's shit lying down, so he began a campaign aiming to pressure governments into legislating against exactly what Ubisoft is doing here, selling you a game at full price and then taking the game away from you without offering you a full refund. His campaign is actually getting traction, and I really recommend checking out his video on the topic. Ubisoft, though, don't seem to care, because this week they started yanking people's licenses to the game on PC. This is a very unnecessary double tap, since Ubisoft had already delisted the game and turned the servers off. A move like this seems almost cruel, and we can only guess why Ubisoft would take a step like this, given that ownership licenses are almost never revoked for inactive games. The games typically just sit dormant and unplayable in your digital libraries. Hopefully Accursed Farms campaign finds success, because game cancellations and delistings are all too common and only getting more common, so we need a permanent legislated solution. Speaking of delisting games, did you guys hear that Lawbreakers is coming back? For real, no bullshit, it's back and it's playable right now. You know how I know? Because Cliffy B himself was tweeting about it. It is, for the moment at least, an unofficial fan project that somehow makes the game playable despite it being delisted back in 2018. Important to note that the developer, Boss Key Productions, was shuttered years ago, and Cliffy B does not own the rights to Lawbreakers. They are held by Nexon, who have made it clear that they have no intention to revive this IP. We know that because Cliffy B has been publicly begging Nexon to do something with it for years now, and they haven't so much as liked a tweet. Lawbreakers was a great game that was undone in no small part by its horrifically bad marketing campaign, a campaign that Cliffy B himself spearheaded, and he was not a good ambassador for his product. The game tried to present as being for the ultra-hardcore arena shooter enthusiasts, forgetting the fact that that genre had died nearly 2 decades prior, so there weren't many of those folks still around to market to. The result was one of the first live service launch catastrophes of its type, one that would go on to serve as a template for myriad other live service launches that failed to capture a player base before being unceremoniously delisted. Still, unlike many of the other live service flops, Lawbreakers was actually good, so it's nice to see it back in some form. I hope it continues to grow in popularity, because it genuinely deserves to do so. One more piece of delisting news: Airship Syndicate, makers of the recently released Wayfinders, have delisted the game just months after launch. But, and this is an important but, they're doing it so they can bring the game back online in future after they rework it. Wayfinder was/is a third-person fantasy role-playing looter, not unlike Warframe, and that was one of the many reasons that Warframe developer Digital Extreme agreed to publish the title. Sadly though, the launch was an absolute disaster, with the game being basically unplayable for days and tons of bugs ruining the experience. It was so bad that the player count immediately cratered and never recovered, which prompted Digital Extreme to jettison the game from their portfolio, while at the same time closing down their entire publishing operation. Airship Syndicate remained undeterred though, vowing to continue work on the title, and now it seems as though they have bolder ambition than just minor fixes. They say that delisting it allows them to overhaul the game in a way that's, quote, consistent with our standard and beliefs, end quote. Bit of a cryptic statement, but they do specify that they're looking to adopt a new business model, so don't expect this one to be free to play when it comes back online. Those who bought the game already can still play it, by the way, but everybody else is locked out for now. I'll be sure to let you know when that title has been relisted. And speaking of relisting, Chinese players rejoice, because that terrifying era of going outside and living an actual life, that is over. NetEase and Blizzard have patched up their messy divorce, and as a result, Blizzard titles including World of Warcraft are back on the menu. The previous partnership ran for 14 years before the two entities couldn't come to terms, resulting in much outrage on the part of Chinese players no longer able to access accounts they'd poured thousands of hours of their life into. It got so bad that people were destroying a giant Gorehouse sculpture that sat outside NetEase's office. That's messed up, man, but also kind of metal. I'm pretty torn on this one, not gonna lie. Either way, the new deal is between NetEase and Microsoft, and it should come into effect pretty soon. Microsoft's shareholders surely very happy to see them regain access to the lucrative Chinese market. Alright, here comes some super disappointing news. We ain't getting that Dead Space 2 remake we were hoping and praying for. I mean, to be fair, we should have seen it coming from a mile away, because if there's one thing that EA does best, it's ruin our hopes and dreams when it comes to Dead Space. The remake felt like a rare gift, a game so brilliantly constructed and so free of bullshit that we were just waiting for one of the monkey paw fingers to curl. Sure enough, the title apparently did not sell to EA's satisfaction, and as a result, the planned Dead Space 2 remake has been cancelled. Now, this story actually got a little complicated because initial reporting from Jeff Grubb was that Dead Space 2 was in the concepting and pre-production phase, and that EA then cancelled it. EA then put out a curious statement on the matter saying, quote, "We don't normally comment on rumors, but there is no validity to this story," end quote. Grubb publicly pushed back on that, saying you really shouldn't take these sort of corporate rebuffs at face value, and sure enough, further clarification came from Jason Schreier of Bloomberg. He says that what existed wasn't Dead Space 2 per se, but rather a Dead Space project that considered a number of potential ideas, including a Dead Space remake, or potentially a whole new entry in the series. So Grubb was basically right, and the bottom line is that Dead Space is, once again, dead. And that is a real shame, because survival horror games are cool, and Dead Space games are cool, and there's a market for them, and it really sucks that EA chose to just abandon this franchise rather than find some creative solution that would have kept it alive. On that note, some very sad news about Ascendant Studios, makers of Immortals of Aveum. As has been well documented, Immortals of Aveum bombed bigly. It wasn't a great title, but it wasn't a total catastrophe either. It was just a pretty basic ass 7 out of 10 experience in a year where we barely had enough time or money to play all of the 10 out of 10 experiences that were dropping. As a result, Ascendant announced some months ago that they were laying off a significant portion of their staff, but vowed to struggle on with the studio boss, saying that he was excited about their next project. It seems though that the tide has turned against them, as this week it's been reported that the studio has furloughed the majority of its staff, a fancy word that basically means that the jobs still exist, but no one's getting paid. You have to assume that the studio is scrambling for funding, but in this very tough funding environment and a track record that doesn't position them particularly well, it is likely that Ascendant are facing a very tough uphill battle. Still, I hope they prevail, because I think Immortals of Aveum had a lot going for it, and that team definitely deserves another shot. A quick lightning round to finish off. The annual BAFTA Awards happened last week, and wouldn't you know it, Baldur's Gate 3 won some awards. It won Best Music, the Player's Choice Awards. Andrew Wincott also won the award for Best Supporting Role for his portrayal of Raphael. And can I just say that that is such a great pick, because for all the deserved recognition that the rest of the voice cast got, I don't think any other character ate scenes up as gluttonously as Raphael did. What a performance from Wincott. Outside of that, Baldur's Gate 3 also won the BAFTA for Game of the Year, making Baldur's Gate 3 the very first game in history to win every major Game of the Year award. Truly unbelievable and absolutely well deserved. Other winners on the night included Alan Wake 2 for Artistic Achievement and Audio Achievement, Super Mario Bros. Wonder for Family Game and Multiplayer Game, Cyberpunk won Best Evolving Game, I'm not sure it should be eligible for that category, but okay, and Tears of the Kingdom won for Technical Achievement. You can see the full winners list on the BAFTA website. Congrats to all winners, and I'm actually really looking forward to this year's award season, since it'll allow us to finally answer the question, can a DLC win Game of the Year? If Miyazaki has anything to say about it, the answer is probably yes. A bunch of Destiny developer veterans have left Bungie to set up their own studio. The group includes people like Chris Ofdal, a former creative director, as well as senior design leads Raylene Deck and Grant McKay. The studio is called Hidden Grove, and it's working on a, quote, multiplayer competitive adventure game, end quote, which is being built in Unreal Engine 5. Looks like the game is shooting for something in the general vicinity of a battle royale, at least according to Ofdal, quote, "We think there is an opportunity for something new and different than a battle royale by pushing even further into the adventurous territory, which has opened up additional options for new types of teamwork and competition," end quote. They're planning on doing some closed testing mid-year, so we may hear something more towards the back end of this year or 2025. Gearbox Publishing has rebranded to Arc Games. Embracer Group recently sold Gearbox to 2K Games, taking some but not all of its publishing operations in that transaction. What was left behind is holding on to the publishing rights of games like Remnant 2, Risk of Rain, and Hyperlight Breaker, all great franchises that have a lot of life left in them, so let's hope that Embracer give this publisher and these studios what they need to thrive. Given Embracer's track record though, I am very concerned about the future of these franchises. A quick update on Social Horror Game Content Warning. It continues to sell absolutely gangbusters. They gave away over 6 million copies of the game on April 1st, but since then they have been selling it and people have been buying it. And over the weekend, the developer announced that over 1 million copies have been sold, with no signs of that slowing down anytime soon. Congrats to the team for that one. Always nice to see that sort of success story. Here's something weird and very unexpected. The Hollywood rush to adapt video games has crossed over into the indie space, with the announcement this past week that indie darling Dredge will be getting a movie adaptation. It's from production house Story Kitchen, founded by the Sonic movie film producer Dimitri Johnson. Story Kitchen has some other projects on the boiler, including an animated Tomb Raider show, a Streets of Rage movie, something based on It Takes Two, and even something adapting Toe Jam and Earl. Even with all that on the list, Dredge still feels like the weirdest, most outside pick, but you know what? I'm into it. Dredge was cool, and I can see it having a lot of appeal to even those who've never heard of the game, which to be honest is probably going to be most people. Speaking of adaptations, the Fallout TV show has absolutely crushed it, following in the traditions of The Last of Us, Cyberpunk Edgerunners, League of Legends Arcane, and of course the exquisite Halo TV show. Fallout on Amazon Prime is an example of how to get video game adaptations right. And yes, I was absolutely joking about the Halo thing, don't worry, I'm with you. Fallout debuted at 94% with critics on Rotten Tomatoes and is almost as popular with audiences, sitting at an 88%. I feel like that number is soft though, because everyone I've spoken to really loved it, and I watched the first episode and I really enjoyed it, but to be honest, I'm a pretty easy mark for anything with Walton Goggins in it. The show has been so successful that it's resulted in a huge spike in player activity across all Fallout games. On Steam, Fallout 1's player count rose 500%, Fallout 3 rose 400%, Fallout 4 and New Vegas both rose 200%, and 76 hit a new concurrent player count record of 39,000 people. It continues to be ridiculous that we need to wait another 10 years before Bethesda are going to make a new Fallout game, since they're delivering the Elder Scrolls game first, and that's not even in full production yet. Microsoft has a vast stable of studios it could use to do great things with this franchise. Let's hope Phil Spencer gives one of them a shot sooner rather than later. And finally, did you hear former Blizzard president Mike Ybarra's latest suggestion on Twitter? Tipping $10 or $20 after you finished a $70 game that you really enjoyed. Quote, "When I beat a game, there are some that just leave me in awe of how amazing that experience was. At the end of the game, I've often thought, I wish I could give these folks another $10 or $20 because it was worth more than my initial $70, and they didn't try to nickel and dime me every second. Games like Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War, Red Dead Redemption 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, etc. I know $70 is already a lot, but it's an option at the end of the game I wish I had at times. Some games are just that special," end quote. And you know what? I kind of get it. And it's not a bad idea. But there's just one problem. Mike Ybarra, former president of Blizzard Entertainment, you think for a single fucking second that that tip jar is actually going to end up in the bank accounts of the people that made the game, rather than the executives who did their level best to fuck it up? Come on, my dude, you are not that naive, which makes this suggestion very, very strange. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, that III Initiative showcase happened. It was just 40 minutes of back-to-back game reveals and announcements, just the way we like it. A lot of it was updates for existing games or 1.0 announcements for games in early access or console port announcements, but there were some genuine, honest-to-goodness world premieres, like the big one. Slay the Spire 2 has officially been revealed again. I say again because the developer had to low-key reveal it on Twitter when all that Unity shit blew up before. They wanted to put Unity on blast by announcing a change of the game engine, and they actually followed through with that. They binned years of work in Unity to completely rebuild their game in Godot, and good on them, because that Unity stuff was some serious bullshit. All of that aside, all we got here was an animated reveal trailer and a release window announcement. Slay the Spire will arrive sometime in 2025. Speaking of cinematic non-gameplay reveals, we don't really like them, but sometimes they do manage to capture a vibe that's at least a little bit enticing. And I think the reveal trailer for RKGK did just that. It's got a little bit of that jet set radio energy fused with a neon cyberpunk flair. It's from Gearbox, which I guess is Arc Publishing now, and it's arriving sometime mid this year. Vampire Survivors began its life as a game shamelessly riffing on that Castlevania aesthetic, and things are coming full circle now, sort of, as they just announced a crossover with another Konami property, Contra. Honestly, this looks absolutely sick, and the perfect evolution of the Survivors formula, and yeah, whoever came up with this deserves a massive raise. It's called Operation Guns, because of course it is, and it's out on May 9th. Funnily enough, there is actually a Castlevania crossover happening with a different game. V-Rising announced a partnership with Konami a few weeks back, but during the showcase they revealed gameplay and it looks pretty cool, not gonna lie. I've seen far worse crossovers in my time. This is additional paid DLC that arrives at the same time as V-Rising hits 1.0, which is on May 8th. Mouse was one that I profiled in my Put This On Your Radar segment a while back. It's basically like Steamboat Willie if it was a first-person shooter, and it just looks extremely stylish, extremely cool. The trailer was our first look at proper gameplay in actual levels, and it confirmed a release window of sometime in 2025. The award-winning Never Alone is getting a sequel in Never Alone 2. That was revealed during the showcase. It'll be co-op this time, which is a nice upgrade. No date for that one. Cataclysmo is a really striking-looking tower defense game that also got a reveal. This is from the team behind Moonlighter and Mage Seeker, so it's no wonder it looks this good. It's arriving 16th of July, exclusive to PC. Biggest surprise of the whole showcase, though, has got to be the Rogue Prince of Persia. Who'd have thought we'd go from getting 0 Prince of Persia games for like a decade to getting 2 of them inside of 6 months? That's exactly what's happening. This one is also 2D, but it's not a Metroidvania this time. Instead, it's a roguelike, hence the title, and it's in very good hands because it's being developed by Evil Twin, the studio that was formed to provide long-term ongoing support to Dead Cells. They've wrapped up support on Dead Cells, and I guess this is why. The art style is totally unique in a love it or hate it kind of way, but I'm into it. I also like how leveraged it is into platforming, since that's a great throwback to the original. The game's met a very mixed reception, but so did The Lost Crown, and that went on to win hearts and minds across the board. Given Evil Twin's pedigree, I expect they'll do the same thing here when the Rogue Prince of Persia launches into early access on May 14th. By the way, this wasn't actually that big a surprise to us because we got an early heads up that this game exists, and Edmund actually got to play it. We couldn't do a video on it because the hands-on time was really limited, but Edmund did do a brief write-up of his impressions over on the Patreon. You'll find a link to that below the like button. Okay, so that was the Triple I Initiative Showcase, but there were plenty of other announcements this week, like Ultimate Swing Golf, a new golf game from the people who made Everybody's Golf and Hot Shots Golf back in the day. The only downside with Ultimate Swing is that it is a VR title and it's exclusive to Meta headsets, so that's that. It's out on May 16th. Pac-Man Chomp Champs is like Pac-Man Battle Royale. This one was a Stadia exclusive, but with the death of that service, Bandai decided to port this one over to every other platform. It arrives on May 9th. Classic World of Warcraft, it feels as though the journey is coming to an end again. I mean, for my money, WoW kind of ended with Wrath of the Lich King, but many of us still held on until Cataclysm, which is when it felt like things really started to go downhill fast. Though to be fair, Firelands Rag was a genuine all-timer. That was special. Regardless, Blizzard have now confirmed a release date for the counter expansion. It'll arrive on May 20th. And finally, if the success of the Fallout TV show has got you hankering to play the game, well, Bethesda saw you coming a mile off because this week they just announced a next-gen update for Fallout 4. It's a free update for PS5 and Xbox Series consoles, and it delivers both a quality graphics mode prioritizing resolution and a performance mode promising up to 60 FPS. And given that this is a Bethesda Game Studios game, I'm sure you can expect a rock-solid 25 FPS that spikes to 60 FPS during in-game menus and loading screens. The update also benefits PC players, sort of, delivering ultra-wide support and Steam Deck verification. The only downside, all of your mods are broken again. Thanks, Bethesda. We'll come back to that topic a little later in the episode. So what came out last week? Well, Gigantic Rampage Edition dropped for all platforms bar the Switch. This is the revival of the Motiga-made free-to-play MOBA, now developed by Abstraction Games and published by Arc Games, formerly Gearbox Publishing. I was really rooting for this one, and it seems to have come through largely, though there are definitely some teething issues to work through. It's sitting at a mostly positive 73% on Steam with over 2,500 reviews counted. It hit a peak player count of around 6,000 people as well, which isn't too bad given that this is a pretty niche release without too much buzz behind it. No reviews out for it yet, but PC Gamer did have some impressions and they weren't great. Quote, "I've relished the chance to revisit a game I thought I'd never get to play again, and that feeling drowns out the frustrations I felt wading through glitches and lag spikes. I don't sense some impending comeback by which Gigantic overpowers its competition. After all, they've thrived in the half-decade Gigantic has been absent, but it's officially playable again, and that's a huge win for the game's small, enduring community," end quote. Let's hope those issues get fixed up quickly because, yeah, the odds are definitely stacked against this one, and it doesn't need any more headwind. Speaking of headwinds, Broken Roads. Oh man, these are less headwinds and more hurricane gales, as Broken Roads has barely flopped off the starting blocks after its early false start that saw it recall review code due to glaring issues that took months to fix. The game seems to be in a much better state at this point, technically speaking, but reviews are almost all universally bleak, painting a picture of a game that is totally unable to deliver on the promise of its setting, its narrative setups, or its gameplay systems. IGN scored it a brutal 4 out of 10 and said, quote, "Broken Roads is an ambitious RPG that can't meet the expectations it sets for itself. It asks you to invest in an intricate morality system only to not end up making good use of it, giving you choices that don't lead to much. A lot of this could be forgiven if the story held up, but there really isn't much of a story to begin with, despite the philosophical angle Broken Roads tries hard to get across. Couple this disappointing journey's interesting but poorly executed ideas with pointless and often busted combat, and Broken Roads lives up to its name in all the wrong ways," end quote. Australian-based publication Well Played were on a similar page, scoring it a 5 out of 10 and saying, quote, "A clear visual identity can't mask the game's incurious role-playing and slightly clumsy combat loop. It goes beyond the fundamental broken experience I had in the review window. Even under the best circumstances, Broken Road struggles to have its rubber meet the pavement, end quote. The developer has outlined a roadmap promising various fixes and improvements, but it does seem like a very long road ahead for Broken Roads. Other release I was looking forward to this week was Harold Halibut, the stop-motion claymation narrative game that had plenty of buzz behind it in the lead up to launch. It seems to be pretty good. Not incredible, but solid enough. It's sitting at a 73 on OpenCritic, with most reviews recognizing it for its unique visual style and the earnestness of its narrative and characters, while also saying that Harold Halibut is often just a little bit boring. Kotaku didn't score it, but they were positive about it, saying, quote, "I can imagine that some people will bounce off Harold Halibut. They might be put off by how long and repetitive it is, or unable to gel with the character designs. They might not be as charmed by it as I was. I would not begrudge them. But to me, this game is precious, beautiful, deeply impressive, and worth the monumental effort that must have gone into making it," end quote. Austin actually played this as well. We didn't do a video for it, but he did do a write-up on the Patreon, free to wall, link below the like button. Austin was not much of a fan of this one. He's not recommending it, and he says, quote, "Perhaps those in the right headspace might appreciate its easygoing format, but Harold Halibut struggled to hold my attention. Its complete lack of engaging gameplay elements results in a vapid experience that could have benefited from a more condensed runtime or more involved puzzles. It's not bad, it's just rather boring, which, while perfectly reflective of Harold's character, doesn't make for a particularly enjoyable video game," end quote. Like I said, if you want to read the full write-up, link below the like button. So what's coming out this week? Well, we've got some real honest to goodness stuff this week, like the next DLC for Final Fantasy XVI titled The Rising Tide. This one delivers a new location, a new companion to fight alongside, a new icon to command, and those fucked up Tonberries we spotted in the trailer. This is of course exclusive to PS5 and it launches today. Here's one I'm very excited about actually. Moon Studios, makers of the Ori games, decided to change tack with their latest release. It isn't a dreamy Metroidvania 2D platformer, but rather a top-down open-world action Souls-like. The art design on display is incredible, and the hands-on previews for this have all been universally glowing. This is actually an early access release, which arrives today exclusive to PC, but you have to assume it'll arrive on consoles as well when it hits 1.0. Very excited to get stuck into this one. It feels like a million years ago that this was announced, but finally, this week, coming on 23rd of April, Eiyuden Chronicles 100 Heroes will launch for all platforms. This is a very special game for a number of reasons. First and foremost, it's the spiritual successor to Suikoden, one of the most celebrated JRPGs of all time. It's a project conceived and delivered by a number of the people who worked on the original Suikoden, including the late, great Yoshitaka Murayama, who sadly passed away before seeing Eiyuden released. That makes this a bittersweet moment in the history of this great and storied franchise, but it's wonderful to know that his work continues to mean so much to so many people all these years later. Like I said, 23rd of April, all platforms. Tales of Kenzera Zhao was revealed to us at the Game Awards last year. It's from Abubakar Salim, the voice of Bayek from Assassin's Creed Origins. He's also starring in the upcoming season of House of Dragons. In his spare time, he started a game studio called Surgeon, and his debut title is being published under EA's Origins label, which looks to fund smaller projects and indie-style games. I played the demo for this one during a recent Steam Next Fest and really enjoyed it. It's a very competent Metroidvania with some slick visuals and some fantastic voice talent. If you like the recent Prince of Persia game, there's a very good chance you'll enjoy this one too. It arrives on the 23rd for all platforms. And finally, Boomer Shooter fans, here comes another one. Phantom Fury is the sequel to the much-loved Ion Fury, released back in 2019, and a prequel to the less-loved Bombshell, which arrived in 2016. That was a 3D first-person shooter, but the series finally found its groove when it reverted to the retro-inspired Boomer Shooter aesthetic. Phantom Fury is less build engine and more Unreal Engine, but it's still adopting a visual style that harkens back to the Quake engine days. This looks extremely sick, and given the track record of 3D Realms lately, there's every reason to be optimistic. It launches 24th of April for all platforms. Alright, remember how I said that the Fallout 4 update broke everyone's mods? Well, that sucks for us, but it sucks way more for these guys, so put this on your radar.
London, 2237. They always said the sun had never set on the Empire. But now, most of old Blighty is a shell of its former self. Bodged together buildings, radiation-filled nightmares, hooligans, up for a bit of argy-bargy.
This is Fallout London, a Fallout 4 mod so ambitious and so massive that mod site Nexus Mods literally could not host it. Luckily, CD Projekt Red owned Good Old Games stepped up, offering to host the mod in a way that still makes it playable if you're using Steam or even Epic Games, since Fallout 4 is about to arrive there too. As for what this mod is, it's Fallout in London. A dedicated team of enthusiast developers have been working on this since 2019, and they've been aiming to deliver a map the same size as Boston in Fallout 4. It's a fully written, narrative-led campaign with voice talent from the likes of Neil Newbon, voice of Astarion from Baldur's Gate 3. Fallout London is, for all intents and purposes, the closest thing we're going to get to Fallout 5 for, like, I don't know, a decade, since Bethesda are going to be all tied up with the Elder Scrolls for a long, long time. This mod was meant to release this week, but Bethesda did not let this team know that a massive update to Fallout 4 was on the way. So this team found out when we did, and since then they've had to delay the mod's release indefinitely so they can assess the scale of the changes and the necessary rework on their end. Would have been nice for Bethesda to give them a bit of a heads up, but hey, what are you going to do? Anyway, I just wanted to shout this one out since this team has had a very rough week, and I wanted to do what little I could to help get some eyeballs on their project. Mods like this always amaze me since the time, effort, and dedication that goes into them is remarkable, and it's a fascinating corner of gaming that makes this art form so unique. Long may it continue. Good luck to the team. Looking forward to playing it when it eventually gets released. Sort of free stuff time now, and not a lot to shout out.
Be right back. And I'm back again.
This week, Epic right now are still giving away Ghost Runner, so be sure to grab that. Later this week, it'll be replaced by The Big Con, a comedic narrative adventure game sitting at overwhelmingly positive on Steam, so it seems like it made more than a few people chuckle. There's also Town of Salem 2, which is a casual online competitive strategy game that asks, what if Among Us was set in old America? This is actually already free to play over on Steam, but hey, now it's free on the Epic Games Store as well. Amazon is riding that Fallout hype train all the way to Megaton. They are already giving away Fallout Tactics and Fallout 76, but soon they'll be giving away Fallout 3 Game of the Year Edition and Fallout New Vegas. The only downside being that in order to play them, you need to do so on Amazon Luna, Amazon's ailing cloud gaming streaming service that absolutely no one talks about and no one knows exists. It's only available in select territories, but if you're on the list, then enjoy yourself. I wonder if New Vegas crashes in the cloud as often as it crashes on local hardware. Truly the ultimate test for Amazon's infrastructure. A feel-good story isn't a funny one, but it's a genuine feel-good one, and these are often my favorites. Larian is in the headlines a lot these days. That tends to happen when you release one of the greatest games of all time, the first game to win every single major Game of the Year award, BG3 sweep, as they say unironically. They're also very out there about their views on the industry, regularly making headlines for their sizzling hot takes such as, maybe don't fire all of your staff if you don't have to, and my personal favorite, Larian asking AAA publishers, have you tried just making good games? But they say the true test of character is what you do when no one is looking. And sure enough, Larian aren't just putting on a show for the cameras, they're walking their talk without needing to pat themselves on the back. Case in point, this week, the lead level designer for Blasphemous took to Twitter to reveal that Larian Studios was one of the game's biggest funders on Kickstarter. Quote, they dropped a 4-figure sum, never asked for their rewards, and just kept making one of the best games ever done in recent years. Legends, end quote. That is pretty rad. That is Larian putting their money where their mouth is, helping smaller games to succeed while asking for nothing in return. I mean, they could have made a bigger investment and asked for a cut of the profits or whatever, but they didn't. They just dropped a bunch of cash and rode off into the sunset. That is cool, and I think it's the perfect example of why Larian are as loved as they are and why they're such an important presence in this industry. All right, well, that's the show, so thank you very much for tuning in. Like I mentioned, if you want to see that Harold Halibut review or the Prince of Persia preview, you'll find them on the Patreon, freely accessible to all, so go and check them out. This week, I'm working on a review for a game that I'm not allowed to talk about yet, but I am excited about it. Expect that to drop next week. The podcast is going up this weekend. We're going to do a big deep dive into the Fallout TV show. I'm also going to be checking out No Rest for the Wicked because that looks fantastic and I'm very in the mood for that type of game right now. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to drop it a like as that is always super helpful in YouTube land. And don't forget to subscribe and ding the notification bell if you'd like to come back for more. Thank you for watching.
to a ruin to discover, buried in the hills of Caldera, wherein a Khajiit works to solve the puzzles of color, to unlock the chromatic magicka of Arkanthums, and collect untold ancient secrets. To do so, he'll need a bit of help. An adventurer capable of solving the puzzles of Arkanthums, and delving into the heart of the Wheels of Hues. Such is the premise of today's Mod of the Day. For today, we're showcasing the incredibly unique and one-of-a-kind dungeon and quest mod, Arkanthums, Doomer Puzzle Dungeon by Butch Amy. A fanciful new adventure for you to stumble upon just north of Caldera. It all begins when you discover a new dungeon, a set of Doomer ruins set into a hillside, just beyond the Caldera Priory, which is, just another fantastic dungeon mod. And as a note, this does have a very, very minor conflict with Rocky West Cache. But, it's nothing major, and can, safely be played together without actually affecting the gameplay. It might look just a bit cosmetically messy, that's all. But anyway, inside you'll find a Khajiit researcher, dedicated to unlocking the secrets of Arkanthums. For unlike the other Doomer ruins of Ardenfell, this one is largely untouched. The ruins locked away behind thick steel doors, bound by some strange color-based magic. But should you agree to help him, you'll soon be exploring the chambers of Arkanthums. Though this is a puzzle dungeon, you'll need to find the appropriate colored keys, blue, green, and red, to progress into these hollowed halls of multicolored hues. You'll find various key junctions, and inserting a key of a certain color will send a charge of magic through the doors, lighting up both the walls and the doors themselves with a pleasing glow of color. But not just any key will unlock any door, and you may have to switch out the keys multiple times to progress in a certain area. Some doors are locked for blue only, others for green or red. Some require combinations of colors for yellow or purple. But first you'll need to find these keys, and as soon as a key is removed from a junction, all doors will close and lock, blocking your progress. But as a hint, Morrowind is a game that embraces multiple creative solutions. So many of Morrowind's mechanics give you ways to solve problems beyond the simplest approach. You could use, for example, mark and recall to get past areas of locked doors. Or perhaps a bit of telekinesis. Simply grab a key through the bars and thus be able to unlock further areas. Actually, a lot of Morrowind's mechanics would just be great for puzzle-type dungeons like this. It's kind of a shame Bethesda didn't really take more advantage of that fact in the vanilla game. But anyway, these puzzles aren't, particularly complicated. But they are just a fun diversion, and the dungeon itself, Arkanthums, has been beautifully and atmospherically constructed. I love everything about the execution here. The scripted mechanics of the color-based puzzles, the fact that they actually give off light, the detailing and design, and of course the treasures you'll find. This is one of the more just original dungeon mods to be released this year, and I had a lot of fun playing through it. It provides a lovely adventure and just a really neat dungeon delve, with a fair bit of new lore to go along with it. I'd really actually like to see more dungeons in this vein in the future. Just embrace Morrowind's creative mechanics for puzzle solving, with just more of these colorful ruins to explore. This is a really impressive mod, though it is, just a mid-sized dungeon. So to avoid spoiling too much, I'll have to end it here, but suffice to say, I do just highly recommend it. But anyway, that's our mod of the day. So, as always, I've been your host, our Golf Guy. Thanks for watching, stay safe, stay healthy, happy modding, and I'll see you all next time.
Well, I guess there's no better way to begin than just by the simplest way, which is to remember July 23rd, 2018. That was the last episode of the Morrowind modding interviews with Rubberman. And ever since, we have all been wanting Dark Elf Guy doing these things again. And because of the Mastery Month, I got to meet him and we started hanging out. And he gave me the tremendous honor and this immense responsibility of reviving those series. And I chose none other, I guess, to introduce that man. I'm going to have to put some sort of special effects on my voice, some sort of booming echo, because this is, like DG calls him,
The Dungeon Daddy.
the ultimate Michael Jordan of dungeons. But jokes aside, just a beautiful, beautiful man and a very, very cool guy. Without further ado, it's very, very exciting to bring Morrowind Mod Interviews back today, February the 9th, 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us here the mighty Sealoff. How's it going, my friend?
Hello. I'm doing okay.
You know me.
That was a nice introduction.
Yeah, you know me.
Yet again.
Yeah, you know me. I am no Dark Elf guy, but I'll promise I'll try my best. And I have his original questionnaire here. We talked about this, changing a couple of the questions. Some of them became outdated, but his questionnaire has such a Bernard Pivot Actor Studio vibe to it, right? It's such a classic that I will stick to it mostly, but we can also introduce a couple of new questions and just let the conversation flow. Sealoff and I know each other a little bit already. I wanted to start slightly different. And I think the first thing that I wanted to ask you, because I think you and I are close in age, when did gaming came into your life for the first time? When was your first contact with either computer games or console games?
That would be all the way back in my childhood, like in the 90s, basically. I was playing a lot on the Game Boy, and then later on the Nintendo 64. Those were basically my first contacts with gaming. Mario Land 1 and 2 on the Game Boy. The Mega Man series I played a lot. Stuff like that. That was fun.
I love the fact that you mentioned your childhood and you referenced to the 90s. And I just made a fool of myself. What a beautiful way to start this interview, right? Saying that you and I are close in age. When I was born in 78.
Yeah, not quite.
Well, and my first contact with video games was Atari. But thank you, I'm old, you're not. You just have a beautiful booming voice. I pegged you for an older guy. But for you listeners out there,
no.
yeah. This is a trend with Sealoff. A lot of things we assume about this man, they turn out not to be true. So, okay, the 90s. Did you first start playing Morrowind in terms of the Elder Scrolls, or did you play other Elder Scrolls in general? When was the first time you started playing one of those?
No, Morrowind was the first Elder Scrolls game for me. I had never heard of the Elder Scrolls series before that. Didn't know anything about it. I just read about Morrowind in a gaming magazine here in Germany, and I thought the game, from what I saw in that article that I read, looked pretty cool, and I wanted to play it. So I started playing Morrowind pretty much at its release. Not quite, because when it first came out, I immediately made my mom drive me to the store to get the game. And when we got back, I installed the game, but I realized that it was in English, which back then was a problem for me because I was only in, I don't know, 8th grade or something. So my English really wasn't that good. So when I started playing, I really didn't know what to do, what the game wanted me to do. So I just started running around. Somehow I made it through the character creation process. Entered Sidanin, ran around a bit, didn't know what to do, and eventually I came across a weird creature, which turned out to be a Gwa, and it killed me. And so that's when I decided that maybe I should wait for the German version. So I returned the game actually the next day.
Wow.
Got another game instead. And then I tried Morrowind again a couple months later when it came out in German. That much English, it was just too much for me. I couldn't handle that at that age.
You heard it here first, listeners. The mighty Sealoff actually returned his original copy of Morrowind. What a sin! But who am I to speak on that? Yeah. You and I are just heretics compared to Dark Elf Guy and his ilk. These loyal people that have all the memorabilia. Yeah. I give my original copy away, but that's beside the point. You're the star here today, sir.
I still have it.
You do. Oh, you're a better man than I am.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, I don't use it, but it's still somewhere lying around here on the shelf.
Good. Awesome. Speaking of that, so you started as a preteen, playing a little bit, and how long was that hiatus? Because the next question will be, how long did it take you after you first started playing Morrowind for real before you sort of got the itch to mod the game?
Oh, that was a long time. So I started playing in 2002 when it came out. I played it basically all throughout the 2000s. Then at some point I lost track of the game, I lost interest, played some other games, and I rediscovered Morrowind in 2014 or 15, something like that. Because somehow I don't remember how or where, but somehow I stumbled upon a few screenshots of the game online, and it looked very weird to me. It didn't look at all like I remembered the game to look, and so I did some research, and so I learned that there were all these mods that would basically overhaul the visuals. In fact, what I stumbled upon was MGSO, which apparently you're not allowed to talk about anymore these days. Yeah, and so that was basically my door back to the game, because I thought that looked so interesting and so differently from what I remembered that I wanted to dive back into the game.
Right.
And that's also when I got the game finally in English, because my English had gotten a lot better at that point. Yeah, so I started playing again in 2015 or something, and that's also when I got into modding a little bit, but just for myself. I like to use house mods for my characters. So what I would do, I would download house mods from the Nexus and then tweak them a little bit, because I was never quite happy with how these house mods used to be. So I always tweaked them a little bit, and that was basically the start of it.
Right.
Eventually, I started making my own house mods from scratch. Then I somehow got into dungeon building, but everything just for myself. Didn't release anything. Didn't have an interest in releasing anything. And well, I was also watching Dark Elf Guy's Morrowind modding showcases a lot, because I was always on the lookout for more mods, because I wanted to play. And somehow over time, that kind of inspired me to want to make a mod that was good enough to be shared with others. But until that time came, that was, when did I release the first mod? In 2019 or something?
Oh, I have it here. We'll get to it real soon. You are the dungeon guy, right? You are so recognized for doing dungeons, and you're very good at it. Do you remember what was the first thing that sort of drawn you into modding? Was it your first mod experience? And I am very curious also, why dungeons?
Basically, I can answer the question by going back to two different points in time. So when I was just modding for myself, I like to give my characters powerful items, but I didn't want to cheat.
Okay.
So I would just build the dungeons and put the powerful items in those dungeons.
Nice. Oh, this is awesome.
And so I could play the dungeon and then get the powerful item, and then I would be happy. So that was fun. That was when I was just modding for myself. But when I started releasing mods, I didn't really think of myself as a dungeon modder. So, for instance, my first mod ever released wasn't a dungeon mod. The second one was, but even after that one, I didn't really think that dungeons were my thing. But I started working on the library of Vivek overhaul at some point, and to me it was just the library of Vivek. And I was making that, and it was actually pretty painful because of all the books that I had to place on those shelves. I hand placed all of those. Didn't copy anything from anywhere else in the game. So that took a while. And I was showing screenshots of it on the Discord server. And when I was almost done, when I was almost ready to release it, out of the blue, Rubberman approached me. And he said to me that he had this book resource that he didn't have a use for. And he asked me if I wanted to use it for the library. And of course I said, well, Yeah, gladly. So he gave me the book resource, and of course it looked amazing. He had even written a short text for it to go inside the book. As amazing as it looked, I saw a problem there. And the problem was that the book looked too good
Oh, okay.
for the rest of the books
Right.
on those shelves. So I thought that I couldn't just put it on the shelf with the other books and let it collect dust, basically. That didn't seem right to me. So I figured that I had to make a quest. And, well, to go along with that quest, I built dungeons. And so that's how I got into dungeon making. I don't know. I don't know if I would be making dungeons today if Rubberman hadn't given me that book.
This
So
is
that's kind of a funny thing to think about.
this is amazing. I mean, Rubberman being Rubberman, just it's so cool to know that he has a role into giving us the mighty Sealoft. This is amazing. Rubberman, wherever you are, we need you back, you old, beautiful British guy. I mean, come on. How cool is a guy that has also a son that is like another cool modder in the community? Oh, forget about it. I am just a Rubberman fanboy. If you want to talk about going to the beginning,
Oh yeah.
Your very first mod, sir, June 1st, 2019. This is when you hit the ground running, my friend, and you changed the community forever. I have talked with a lot of people preparing for this, talking about you, and you were like a nuclear bomb that exploded in the community. Melchior Dark mentions you as a sort of like one of the pivotal moments in the community, like when Sealoft came. But anyway, enough blowing smoke up your behind. June 1st, 2019, the title is so appropriate given your style, A Walk in the Park. But I don't suspect it was a walk in the park for you to make this first one, right?
No, it wasn't.
Do you remember
well,
why
actually,
this one particularly?
It was actually pretty tedious.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah.
Why I made that particular mod? I don't know. I just, as I said, I had slowly transitioned over the years to somehow find the inspiration to make a mod good enough to be shared, and I guess somehow I just landed on those empty green garden areas in the Mournhall temple courtyard.
Right.
I guess I just thought those looked extremely boring, and let's make them prettier. Yeah.
The very first comment you got in your modder history, as far as Nexus, right? Because we were going to cover this extensively, and the next question is actually about this. But you were already very active in the community. But I love the fact that the very first comment of a mod that you release is just one word: neat. Like this is amazing. Like, and it's by a person we all love, Enclave Killer. But people weren't expecting what was gonna come next. I love that. The next question is just so easy for you to answer. But how was your experience with dealing with the community from the beginning? You and I agree with that notion, right, Sealoft, that we need to break this myth about the community being insulated and elitist. It is anything but, right?
Yeah, it's not elitist, no. Back when I first started out modding, I was very shy. I actually didn't get a lot of help because I didn't ask. I wasn't really that present in the community at that point in time. When I made that first mod, that Mournhold Temple Courtyard overhaul, I did that all by myself without asking for any help. But I do remember that after I released it, there was an issue. Someone had an issue, a user, something with the sounds of the torches that I placed. And I couldn't figure that one out, so I actually asked, and it was Abbott who was able to figure it out and point out a solution to me. So that helped. Yeah, but I was very shy. But over time, I got more comfortable talking to people, and yeah, over the years, I have received help from so many different people. Reprank most of the mods that I have made after the Verandas overhaul, which was my second mod. Most of the mods I made after that I couldn't have made without the help of the community. There was always someone had their hand in what I was doing. as I said earlier, the story with Rubberman and the book, which was the thing in the first place that got me into dungeon modding. Then I made New Illuminaby, and Melchior helped me out a ton with that, with this skeleton hanging from the ceiling and the quest behind it and the animation. I remember Stripes also did a lot in terms of questing, because back then I didn't know anything about scripts. Now I do a little, but back then absolutely clueless. So Stripes helped me a lot. Then I made of Eggs and Dwarves, and obviously Greatness 7 had a big hand in that one with the earthquake mechanic, which he introduced. Well, and most recently, Caldea Priory, where I had help from like, I don't know, 10 different people or so, maybe more. I don't know
More.
off the top of my head.
More than that.
But yeah, probably more. So many different people helped me. And that's a really nice thing to see. And I'm extremely grateful for all the help, big and small. Yeah, and to your point, the modding community isn't elitist at all. Everybody is extremely helpful. If you have a question, just go ask over on the Discord server. Someone will know the answer and help you out, I'm sure. Extremely helpful and really, really kind and nice community.
So you have a very concise body of work in these 5 years, but you also worked in some amazing group mods. This is one of the things that I kind of wanted to bring it up, because you were very thorough and honest and grateful in your special thanks session, explaining what everybody did. By the time of recording this, me and Silov invited me to help playtest the last update that they're doing with the Skeleton King, which is the final boss in Caldera Priory. And that fight alone is such a showcase of teamwork.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Caldera Priory is the perfect example. As we said, more than 10 people helped me out. You're referring to the boss fight that we're currently working on? And when I say we, I mean it's just Super Duple who's doing all the work.
Amazing guy, yeah.
He volunteered. He came to me and asked me if it's okay to make these special boss mechanics for the Butcher and the Skeleton King in Caldera Priory. And originally he wanted to make it as a patch, as an optional patch. But I said, well, if you know what you're doing, if you have cool ideas, we can just introduce it into the main mod. That will be more fun, and more people get to play it. And so for a while now, I don't know, 2 weeks or so, we've been working on that. Well, he's been working on that, and I've been giving feedback. And have obviously also sent the latest ESP to you and to another person, to Arachnid, to receive some additional feedback. And yeah, it's going well. And well, there's another 3 people right there to help out with the mod.
Wow.
So the list is growing.
Yeah. So speaking of the list is growing, when it comes to the events, regardless of how early you joined, how are the events playing a role as you grow into a modder, of getting you excited into mod? Is that such a thing, or have they helped you, like to say, get you excited?
So I've always been a fan of both the Modathon in May and Morrowind Modding Madness, even when I wasn't a modder myself, because I was always curious about the mods that would come out of those competitions, especially the Madness competition.
Right.
Because those mods would usually be pretty grand in scope, and so that made it particularly interesting to me. Since I became a modder, I've always enjoyed the Modathon the most, I think, because the Modathon is just so crazy. There are so many mods being released by so many different people. You get achievements, you get prizes. Every day the Nexus is flooded with so many mods, and in fact I have been able to release a mod myself every Modathon since I became active in the community. The Mournhold Temple Courtyard Overhaul was released for Modathon, my first mod, and I kept that streak. And I hope to keep that streak with a little mod that you and I are planning. because I don't have anything else this year.
Oh, it's happening.
But usually, I use Vodafone to release a big project of mine. So last year it was Caldera Priory. The year before that it was Obex and Dwarves. Before that it was the library overhaul. Before that it was Veranda's overhaul. And before that it was a walk in the park.
Between Eggs and README, you just made like a silly little irrelevant mod. New Illunaby. Holy crap. You just pulled that off.
Yeah, that one came in between.
Yeah, just slightly irrelevant mod. It's just anyway. Well, the next question I already know the answer.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be a 2-letter word, but what the hell? Do you do any planning before you start a mod, Silof? If yes, how?
No.
I won the bet with
Not
myself.
really. I don't do a lot of planning. No.
For those of you playing the home game out there, dear listeners, Silof is a very instinctive animal, right?
I generally just go in. I just go in with a general idea, basically.
Yeah.
And I see where it takes me. Well, for Caldera Priory, for instance, I also didn't plan anything, but the idea was a little more concrete. And that I knew, okay, I want to make this priory, and I want to make a dungeon underneath, and I'll need a quest line, and let's just make a main quest line consisting of 3 quests. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple because I don't like writing quests. So in that sense, there was a little bit of planning going on there. But in terms of how the dungeon turned out, I didn't plan any of that. Except that I knew that I wanted to somehow evoke the feeling and the atmosphere of the Diablo games, Diablo 1 and 2 in particular. That's all I knew going in. Other than that, there was no planning at all. I just like to see how things turn out when I work inside the construction set.
Any other games outside the Elder Scrolls realm that have influenced your way of modding or your style or aesthetics?
Let me think. So, I guess not really, but very recently not that recently, like about 1.5 years ago, I started playing modern video games again. Before that, I wasn't really playing any modern games. I was only playing the old stuff, like, for instance, Diablo 2. But since then, I've played a few games here and there that I thought had pretty neat level design going on. Like, for instance, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, and most recently Elden Ring. Elden Ring in particular I thought was very inspiring, and I definitely want to do some stuff when I get back to modding that I saw in Elden Ring. But yeah, I haven't gotten around to that yet.
Right.
But there's some stuff in that game that I want to try to. I want to see if I can make that work in Morrowind. That could be fun.
Next question, I think, it relates a little bit with the fact that all of us have to deal with stereotypes, right? I'm from Brazil. I have to listen to some good old questions about being Brazilian, and the same goes for Americans. And you, as a German gentleman, I must say that, and I have checked this with so many people, like, most of us have pegged you for this before talking to you and knowing who you are, given your forum handle, the style of your modding. We pegged you for this old German goth guy locked in a basement dungeon, modding, listening to Bauhaus and some German goth punk. But you're anything but that. In that sense, would you kindly answer, sir? Do you listen to music while you mod? And if so, what kind?
I like to listen. I like to listen to more atmospheric stuff. I like to listen to game soundtracks or movie soundtracks or something.
Right.
The Skyrim soundtrack is really good to get me in the mood. When I was working on Caldera Priory, I was listening to the Diablo 2 soundtrack all the time because that was very fitting. Stuff like that, yeah. Mostly those soundtracks.
The next question would be regarding something that we came a long way when it comes to the tools that we have at our disposal. And CSSC came about in the past few years, and it changed the landscape for vanilla developers and also OpenMW as well. But just to keep in line of bugging, good old no cascade yet again, do you see right now working with the CSSC, do you still miss something in there? Is there something that you would love seeing implemented in there?
I'm probably the wrong person to be asked that question. As you might have guessed from our previous talks and from the workshop that we did, I'm not exactly a person with the most technical mind. I usually just take the things as they are. So for instance, when the CSSE came out, to me it was a pleasant surprise, but I didn't need it because I had made my peace with a vanilla construction set. I mean, CSSE is absolutely awesome. It makes all of our lives so much easier. But I would never even have gotten the idea to somehow upgrade the construction set because I was doing fine.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything on my wish list.
That question was kind of on purpose because I wanted to sort of get you in the mood so we could talk about the fact that when we were doing Silov's workshop and everybody was sort of leaning on because Silov got sick and it just added up to the hype and the drama. But everybody was sure that he was going to come up with some amazing, super secret tweaks in the CSSC and just amazing private, nothing. This mother trucker works with the vanilla camera sensitivity defaults, which for most of us, like it's impossible to operate that thing. And yet the mighty Silov navigates those narrow corridors that this humongous dungeons that he does. The man is a raw creature. You're not the guy to pay attention to that. But actually, apart from the CSSC, you have used other modding tools, right? To help you out?
Have I?
G7 Sphere tool comes to mind for one.
Oh, something like that. Yeah, absolutely. The Sphere tool. Yeah, sure. I've used that plenty of times. Yeah, that comes in very handy when you're hit bashing something. Certainly used it a lot of times, especially with Caldera Priory. Yeah, absolutely. Very helpful. Could come in handy. I remember when I asked Vegetto for help with Caldera Priory. Actually, it was his idea because he saw some screenshots that I had posted. He saw I had assembled a few of corpses hanging on chains from the ceiling inside the Priory building, and he had the idea that it would be cool if those would be animated and they would actually be swinging a little bit. So for that to work, I had to go inside the game, use G7's tool, extract the objects basically that I had assembled, and I sent it over to Vegetto, and he did all the rest. He optimized the meshes, he made the animations, and so that's how that came to be. So that sphere tool from G7, very helpful, absolutely.
The next question actually is, so many years have passed and the landscape changed radically, but you and I also talked about this, I think, during Mastery Month, and we talked about this with many other people, is that we're not the sort of people to sort of have a dog in this fight, and I'm talking about vanilla versus OpenMW. Like, you are the type of guy that understands some of the differences, as much as you joke with yourself that you're not very technically oriented, but you do know your stuff. And so you try to support your mods for every type of user. When it comes to OpenMW now and the way that the landscape is right now, because you're pretty much a vanilla player and a vanilla modder, but have you ever tried OpenMW, whether as a player, or have you tried to fire up that construction set?
I'll be honest with you, I haven't.
Okay.
But that's not because I don't appreciate it. In fact, if I were to do another playthrough of Morrowind, I would probably use OpenMW. But I just don't play the game anymore. Or
Right.
only mod it. The last time I played Morrowind was, I don't know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I don't even remember. And so what I have on my computer is just very basic vanilla install with MGEXE and Morrowind code patch. I absolutely respect the hell out of OpenMW. I respect the hell out of MGEXE. The discussions around those two platforms, people rooting for one team or the other, I don't have a stake in that at all. I don't care.
Amen.
Like, whatever works for you, that's fine with me. I try to make my mods compatible with both platforms because I feel that the type of mod that I make doesn't need to be exclusive. But I absolutely respect if someone who wants to make a mod that will only work with MWSE and MGXE, I totally respect that. Because then it makes sense. Because then that's the main feature, like, I don't know, Ashfall or something.
Right. And the lure.
As far as I know, you probably couldn't pull that off in OpenMW these days. Maybe someday, but not today.
Right.
So that makes sense. But the type of dungeon, the type of mod that I make, I don't see a point making that MWSE exclusive. Because, well, why would I?
Right.
It's just a dungeon mod. Anyone should be able to explore that.
Amen, brother. In terms of talking about everyone, how much do you use the community to get feedback and motivation for your mods, if at all?
So I do like to post screenshots whenever I have something that I feel fairly confident with. And if someone has feedback, if someone has suggestions for it, I'm absolutely open to hearing that. Though when I specifically want to get feedback and differing opinions, then I mostly go to Melchior's server and ask around there. Well, because mostly Melchior is always around, and G7 is always around, and R0 is always around, and all these amazing modders.
Oh yes.
So there's a huge density of just quality modders around. So if I specifically have a need for feedback, then I mostly go there.
Speaking of our beautiful brother MD, we came a long way since DG wrapped it up with Rubberman, and OAMB came about, Tamriel Data evolved, and OpenMW became, like, I just wanted to go back to that previous point because I agree with you so much. I, for one, am a stone cold OpenMW user, right? I played on it. That's how I came back to it, and it just looks so absolutely amazing. But I also have my MWSE installed, and I have a beautiful time with that. You know, Ultimate Fishing, I mean, all of those amazing mods. But anyway, I wanted to ask you, after OAMB, Tamriel Data, of course, always honorable mention to the wonderful London Rook and his Outlander resources, but is there any other resource that you like to use? Because I know how much OAMB changed your life, sort of like, it's actually kind of the thing that broke the camel's back for you, right? After OAMB came about, and you said, like, I got a mod, right?
Yeah, OAB was definitely a big turning point for me. Before it came out, I had only released one dungeon mod, and several since it was released. It has definitely made my modding life, well, for one, easier, but also a lot more interesting and exciting. I probably wouldn't be modding as much if OAB didn't exist. So a huge game changer, definitely. Not just for me. Like, I think most content mods these days require OAB.
Right.
And for good reason. So in terms of other resources, I pretty much only use Tamriel Data, but not that much. I think I have 2 mods, maybe, that require it. But basically all of them, or at least all of the dungeons, require OAB. And other resources than that, I just use on a case-by-case basis. And
Right.
if another mod has nice resources that I want to use, and they have open permissions, then I will use them. But it's really on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
So, for instance, for New Illuminaby, I used those Corpus assets that were made for the Corpusarium experience, I believe is the name, made by Vegetto and Randompel.
Mm-hmm.
I used those, for instance, and they did a good service, even though they are a bit heavy on the performance. But yeah, stuff like that.
Sealoff qualifying something as performance heavy. Now I heard everything. Our resident king of high ref counts.
I do in this case, because I've gotten so many complaints about the FPS issues in those last 2 cells of the dungeon.
Right.
And that's after I split the final cell in 2, because even for me, when I made that mod, originally it was only 5 cells, and the 5th cell, the last cell, was pretty much unplayable. So even I acknowledged, yeah, okay, I have to do something here.
Wow.
I split the cell in 2, and that made it better. At least it made it playable in my book. But I'm still getting complaints to this day about the performance in particularly the last cell.
Just going back to the past real quick, your very first mod, your very first dungeon, do you still have that ASP laying around somewhere, or do you don't even remember which one was the first?
You mean the first I ever made, not the first I ever released?
Yeah, you ever made.
I probably still have it. It's just that I don't know which one actually was the first.
Right.
I have a folder with these ESPs. Once I made a dungeon on a snowy, icy island somewhere in the Ghost Sea up north, a little bit north of Solstheim. I made a small island, and I made a dungeon underneath with some smugglers in it, and then deep beneath those smugglers' hideout, I don't know, there was some sort of old castle or something, and then underneath that there was some Daedric ruins of Sheogorath or something.
Nice.
That was a weird mod.
I can imagine. One day I'll take a look at it. Is there anything you have had to give up to mod, like playing more games or possibly your social life?
In terms of my social life, not really, but it certainly contributed to me playing fewer video games, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Because, well, the time I would usually use to play video games, I instead used for modding. And at the moment, it's the opposite, because at the moment I'm on a bit of a hiatus from modding, because I need to recharge my modding batteries. I've been burnt out a little bit from last year.
Right.
So currently I'm not modding at all, but instead I'm just playing video games.
Because the next question would be something like, for me, not now that I know that I'm a little older than you, just maybe a decade or two, but I think for
10
my
years.
Right, there we go. Not that much, but jokes aside, I think because you and I, we click on so many things, and a lot of our friends, we've been talking about this. The prejudice that gaming as a hobby still has in our society, right? I'm here in Brazil, and you're there in Germany, and I mean all over the world. But at the end of the day, I love when you say something as simple as just it didn't impact my life at all, because this is actually the case, I think, for all of us that are investing ourselves in this hobby, whether we're rookies like me, or a veteran like yourself, or a monster veteran like Dene or Dark Elf Guy, and Melchior Dark. MD, I couldn't have asked if like for a better person, right? He's just like a beautiful father, an amazing professional. So there's really no big mystery to this, folks. For you listening out there, you don't have to sell your kidney and abandon your family to be a Sealoff or a Melchior Dark. This is an absolutely feasible hobby. Everything in moderation and everything with responsibility. Right, man?
Absolutely. I have nothing to add to that.
In that sense, still talking about a little bit outside the world of modding, are there any skills you've learned from modding? And if so, have you been able to use these skills elsewhere?
I don't think so. I can't think of anything.
Folks, you have to remember we're talking to a linguistics major here, right? So, yeah, I think... right?
Yeah. I don't know. I mostly deal with language in my work life.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe attention to detail would be something.
Oh, right.
So I don't know if I had that before I started modding, or if I learned it by modding.
Right.
But
right.
attention to detail can certainly come in handy when you're dealing with language.
Absolutely. Amen, sir. Amen. Coming back to modding, you talked a little bit about the other games that you enjoy and everything. Is there any other game that you wish you could mod that don't have that sort of capability?
Yeah, Elden Ring. I would
Okay.
love to mod Elden Ring, or even Breath of the Wild. I mean, there are mods for Elden Ring, and even for Breath of the Wild, even though it's for Nintendo, but I guess you can somehow hack it and play it on your computer, on an emulator or something. But I looked into it a little bit, but it seems very complicated because there's nothing like the construction set for it.
In terms of mods and modders, any mods or modders that currently have your attention in the community that you're paying attention to? This is just a leading question for us to bug Melchior Dark to work on Latonia, but okay, we'll pretend that I'm not asking for that reason. I'll just let Sealoff answer spontaneously. You go, brother.
You should get on that.
Right. And he will. You heard here first. Hot news directly from Dark Elf Guy's channel. 2024 is going to be a beautiful year on that front. But, yeah, other than that.
Didn't I see Melchior and some others talk about it?
Oh, yeah.
On the Discord?
Yeah. Children, come to Discord. Discord where it's at. Hot news. All the time. Yeah. But jokes aside, like, do you pay attention to, like, any other projects or particular modders that you enjoy?
Not any particular modders or any particular mods. but I make it a point to go to the Nexus every day, even if I have nothing to do there,
Nice.
just to take a look at new releases. Um, yeah, I don't know. Mods come out every day. So recently we had, for instance, the Dagger's overhaul from Orion. I thought that looked pretty interesting.
Oh yeah.
Vegeta and Random Pal have been releasing a bunch of stuff, if I remember correctly, for the Vivek Arena, for instance.
Oh,
That looked pretty cool.
speaking of Vivek, did you check Tyrant's Vivek City of Swords? So ballsy. I just loved it.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that too. Yeah, that looked interesting.
It's so good.
That looked like a brave approach.
But the guy has the magic touch. I've actually downloaded and played it anyway. Beautiful, beautiful mod. In terms of types of mod, you, even though you don't play it anymore, you were like, you know your Morrowind. It's still, to this day, after 20 years, is there a type of mod that you haven't run across that you would love to see? Even if it is not like, I don't have the patience to do that, but I wish somebody made that.
I don't think so. I don't know. I feel like after 20 years, we've seen pretty much everything, and yet in a weird way, nothing. If you
Right.
know what I mean. Like there's so much more you can do, but I don't really have any specific in mind.
I mean, thank you for saying that. Me here with you is just so beautiful. The contrast. I have one silly little mod that deals with natural entrance for grottos, and it's been more than 20 years and nobody done that. I'm like, my God, this cannot be possible. So yeah, we keep finding these things, right? Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah. But see, I'm not that clever. Like I don't. Those are the types of kinds of things that I don't really pay attention to. To be frank with you, those grotto doors, never bother me at all.
Right.
But I see the point of your mod. It's a very successful mod.
No,
For
but
a good reason. It's just nothing I would have ever thought about.
geniuses like you usually don't pay attention to these mundane things. Leave it to people like me. That's okay. It's fine. Oh, my beautiful, my beautiful friend. Honestly, again, jokes aside, reverse that question. Is there such a mod that you ever saw and you went like, oh, I wish I made that? Right? Like kind of when a rock and roller listened to the Beatles or something like that.
Probably. Let me think. So the first thing that comes to mind is Melchior's Liath Dunea, or whatever
Right.
way you pronounce it.
Right, right.
That's an epic mod, definitely. Unfinished, but epic.
Some things haven't changed. You know, we ended up the Madi Motto interviews, everybody complaining about Latonia, and here we are again, 5 years later, still waiting. Melchior, wink, wink. Roll up your sleeves, brother.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's get outside. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying, like I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. If I had more time, I could probably think of more.
Getting outside of Morrowind for a little bit, have you ever tried any of the other Elder Scrolls games? ESO, Skyrim, Oblivion, Blades, Arena?
I played Oblivion. I played Oblivion and Skyrim, but that was a long time ago. But I will say that I enjoyed both of them, even though it seems pretty popular these days to hate on Oblivion at least.
Right.
But I enjoyed it.
Yeah, same for me. I love this question. It was asked so many times in the past, and that's the $1 million question right here. It's impossible to answer, and yet the most important one. Despite Oblivion and Skyrim being released after Morrowind, many people return to and or have stayed in the Morrowind modding community. In your opinion, what do you think makes this community and the game so unique?
In regards to the game itself, I mean, I guess what makes it unique is just the world itself. It has such an alien feel about it. It seems very strange entering Vardenfell for the first time, and even on replay, it's still very strange. It's a strange world, but that kind of makes it. That's kind of the appeal of it. So it's very unique in that sense. It's just so fun to explore. If you look at Oblivion in particular, Oblivion is very generic in its world building, very generic. As I said, I enjoyed the game, but it's very generic. And Skyrim is more, well, it's basically about the Vikings, right? quite familiar. But Morrowind was just different, or is just different. So I think that's at least part of its appeal. In terms of communities, well, I've never really delved into the communities of Oblivion and Skyrim. But I guess what makes the Morrowind modding community so special, to me personally at least, is just, we talked about this earlier, just how nice everybody is. There's no, I mean, sure, there are discussions happen everywhere, but everyone is so helpful and nice. There's no real rivalry going on. Everybody's willing to help out, and it's just a fun place to be.
Do you think, if anything, there is something that the Maori modding community should be doing in order to continue to expand and grow in the coming years?
Stay as it is, I guess.
Yeah,
It's been working pretty well
Yeah.
these past, I don't know, 10 years or so. The community has been growing since 2014, 15 or something. Pretty much since Dark Elf Guy arrived with Morrowind modding showcases.
Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's a direct link there, though it's probably not the only factor, but a big one. Big one for sure. I mean, he drew me in. Without, if Dark Elf Guy hadn't been around with his Morrowind modding showcases, I probably wouldn't be modding today.
Oh right. That's a no-brainer. Same here, and for most of us, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Dene as well. I did her tutorials.
Yeah,
so stay the course, pretty much.
Yeah,
3
obviously.
words.
Danae's also doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the community, definitely.
Our beautiful matriarch.
Just if we can keep this spirit up, the spirit of helpfulness and generosity and kindness, I think we'll be in a good place.
Beautifully said, my friend. This is the question that even before meeting you, I was just like, Dark Elf Guy needs to interview Sealoff because I want to hear this from him. But the second to last question, and I always love that question. Is there any advice you'd like to give to budding new Morrowind modders out there looking to release their first mod? How about that?
Good question. I guess don't be afraid. Just go for it. If you enjoy it, then you've been doing everything correctly. Having fun is the most important thing about it. Just don't be afraid. Release your mod. Just see where the chips fall. Is that the saying? I think that's how we say it. Just, I mean, if you enjoy it, just keep at it. Keep practicing. Keep getting better. Engage with the community if you need help or feedback or whatever. And just enjoy yourself. That's the most important thing. That's all I do. Like, I don't have a manual for these things. I just do what I enjoy. And it turns out pretty well so far.
Oh, absolutely. You are very loyal to your own style, right? That's the most important thing. Every modder that succeeds has that sort of trademark.
Yeah.
Even large
projects.
It's
important to find your own style, I guess.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if it's Stemmy or Rebuilt, you or Tyrant doing Vivek City of Swords, it just doesn't matter, really. Find your own style, find your own voice. Yeah. Well, we're coming.
As we were saying during the workshop, there are many different ways to make a good mod.
Very true.
Even many different ways to make a good dungeon mod, which is my area of expertise, I guess.
Yeah.
But my way is certainly not the only way. Everybody has to find their own style, and if they enjoy it, just keep at it. Which doesn't mean that you shouldn't be open to feedback. That's not what I mean. But like you have to find your lane, so to speak. See what you enjoy, and then just stick with it. Try to improve upon it. Be open to feedback by all means, but you also have to know where you draw the line.
Leave it to a linguistics major to put it beautifully. Well, amen, brother. That's it right there. Well, I guess this would be a wrap, but as usual, because we're maintaining the tradition here, carrying the torch for our beautiful friend EG, is there anyone in the community you would like to give a shout out to? Other than myself, I know you love me. I'm your favorite modder, so thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Of course. Putting me on the spot right here. Well, there are so many people I could give a shout out to.
Right.
There's Melchior Dark, who has always been very kind and helpful to me. Greatness 7, the same. Vegetto. All the people who helped me over the years. Danae. I don't even remember all the names off the top. There's too many.
Right.
I've been helped too many times by the community. I can't think of everybody. Stripes, Scipio, who wrote the music for Caldera Priory, which I thought was extremely awesome. Super Duple, who is currently doing the boss mechanics for Caldera Priory. Super excited for that. Ruffin Vengar, who has done some voice acting for me and created new armor sets also for Caldera Priory. My teammates from Secrets of the Crystal City during the Morrowind Morning Madness competition in 2022. That was a fun competition last year as well with Ruffin and Billy Fighter and Androha and Katya. Also a lot of fun. So many people. And you as well, of course, because you're a very nice person. I like talking to you.
I debated asking you this question because in your particular case, you're bound to leave somebody out.
And
Because
Dark
there
Elf
was
Guy. Don't forget Dark Elf Guy.
oh, there was so many. You're leaving, like for example, this. Granted, it's a smaller modder, just haven't contributed all that much. Doesn't have a lot of technical talents, but he's struggling, which is Hermchan. Like this, he didn't do much for this community,
Oh.
right? Right. I mean, it's not that relevant, especially in terms of
Yeah.
technical skills. But yeah, he did a little bit of coding for you as well on the Caldera Priory thing.
Yeah.
The legend, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
he did some troubleshooting. There were some issues with what you would call, I believe, distant scrolling, distant texture scrolling, or I believe it's called. I'm no expert. But there were some issues there, and he was able to figure it out basically. So also shout out to him. Yes.
Well, my beautiful, beautiful friend Silov, thank you so much for having done this. What a way to bring this series back.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
think my bounty is over. About time. That took a little while. Who's this guy? He's dead. Committing a crime. Let's see if we can sell this loot that we have. That was not worth it. That was not worth waiting 266 in-game hours. Quick save it. Next time we gotta be more careful about what we steal. What we kidnap. I wonder if I can even sell the stuff here because I did steal it from the region. But yeah, I'm probably gonna end it soon. Stream's already been like 4 hours. Gotta go to sleep. But I want to see if I can sell this loot and then... Oh, what the fuck is going on? People are getting beaten up in the streets. Yeah, I'll see if I can sell this. If I can't, I'll just have to launder it, which gives me less money. Which will be unfortunate. Where's the body? They just nabbed it. Okay. Oh, you know what? I have to like drop this down and then place it. Yeah, let's go to my house and then drop the stolen backpack down, take the stolen goods out, sell the stolen goods. If I drop it down in the store, they're gonna think I'm stealing again. I guess I've done this before. Okay. We can just sell it next door, can't we? Sell it to the traveler. Traveling merchant. Can we sell this? We can. Fencing chance, 100. Does this go for more if I sell it to the bar? Where they actually sell food? Nope, it's the same. We'll just sell it. This guy has more money than anyone else combined. Chewable leaves. Sell that. Nice, we made a tidy profit. I need this. I need these. I need that as well. We can actually buy good arms now. Well, ones that don't have negatives. We have a steady arm. I should get that. Skeleton arms kind of suck. They have more HP, but penalties to lockpicking and thievery. Yeah, no thanks. We'll go buy, wow, that's expensive. It's worth it though. Definitely better than economy arm. Just need one more steady arm. Am I running faster than before? Run speed 32, wouldn't it? Oh, never mind. I just got so used to carrying that backpack around. Wait, wrong place. Let's go here. This is our home now. And sell this. You can also sell the Garu backpack. It's worth 1,000, so we don't need it. I'll sell it to the guy next door. Nice. Oh, he has some cool armor. Nothing I really need though. I already kind of have the best armor I need. Building supplies. Let's go build a research bench. Need 3 building supplies for that. Alright. We need more, we'll buy more. But until we need more. I don't think it really matters where you put it. If you deconstruct, you get all your materials back, so I think. But how do I rotate this again? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Pretty finicky to like line things up. I wish there's a grid format to this. Actually, a pretty cool building animation. Okay. We need tech level 2. Sure. Where is... I don't think it's even here yet. I need tech level 3 maybe? So I need 6 books. Let's see if they're still open. Do have some money to spend on books and stuff. Don't know if this guy has it though. Oh, he has a lot of books. 6 books. I also need to, I should just like buy all of this. How much is that? It's a lot of money, but I need it. I need all the research. Okay, we need to research small house. Small house requires 2 books. Oh, I need to put the books in the inventory here, don't I? Okay. We need small house and 6 books. I'll research that. Alright guys, that's where I'm gonna end it here. We have a good AFK game set up now. We can just like sit here and listen to Kenshi music while this dude, our dude researches.